Dobel Diamante. What they do here is they blend together 3 tequilas, the Añejo, the Extra Añejo, and the Reposado, and they blend those tequilas together in a new European oak barrel, double filter it to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp in taste, especially on the finishes. Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. Basically what we're telling you here, Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. It's the best out there. Go and try that with all your drinks this weekend. All right, first, before you play the Harsin Bite, here's my scene. End of third quarter. I'm going to go hang out with some friends real quick, get out of the press box. This is right after the Ashford interception. I'm walking to a tent to see people. This is the end of the third, not even to the end of the third quarter. In the third quarter, the number of Auburn people that are leaving. Look down the other tweet coming up here, down the street where the Tiger Walk is. Mm-hmm. You're about to see this video coming up down that street. Look at that. Look at all those people down through there. Off in the horizon.
It's hard to blame them. The game was over.
But that's still not even to the fourth quarter yet. I've been to Auburn games since 1988. I've never seen an exit like that.
Yeah, people are learning from me, aren't they?
Yep. It's just amazing.
You leave in games that are single-score games.
Here's Brian Harsin on, well, he's asked the question. I'll let you listen to the question.
Tonight or today could generate some talk about your job security. How do you handle that personally, and how do you handle that? How do you help your team and your coaching staff deal with that?
Yeah, well, I mean, number one, I'm always coaching for this football team, all right, and these players, number one. And, I can't control that. I can control, what I do each and every day. What I've always done is coach for this team, these players, these coaches, make sure I'm doing my job, having our team prepared and all that. And, I don't control any of those other things other than what I do and each and every day. So we put more expectations on ourselves than anybody else, all right? And that's always been that way. So at the end of the day, I'm disappointed for our football team. And my job is to make sure that we put together a plan and put a football team out there that can go compete and play at a high level. And, that's always the expectations. So the standard needs to be better than what it was, and that's really all we're going to focus on. I believe in this team, and I believe in what we're doing, and we got to be better at it. So, at the end of the day, that's all I ever focus on.
Now, listen, A-plus asks, after the performance last week, Auburn finally now can get their shot at Petrino for a discount. I think Bobby Petrino's past his time.
Yeah,
right?
Slightly.
Yeah, that ship is sailed.
Too old to. I mean, they need a young, aggressive, hot recruiting coach that's going to go down there and work his tail off if they end up moving on from Brian Harsin.
Well, they're going to move on. I brought up Mark Stoops. I would pay Mark Stoops pretty much whatever he wants. I don't know if he'd leave Kentucky or not. Matt Rule's going to be out there. And you look at Matt Rule, when he took over Temple, 2 wins for year one, 6-6, 10-4, 10-3. Baylor, 1-11, 7-6, 11-3. He can coach at that level. Problem for him at Carolina, it's getting worse. From 5-11 to 5-12 last year, they're 0-2 right now. He's going to probably get forced out. I don't know how you guys feel. I think y'all are big Matt Rule fans.
I love Matt Rule. Matt Rule's a fantastic college coach.
If Auburn could get Matt Rule.
Yeah, I mean, that's an upgrade based on what he's done collegiately.
I mean, especially with what he did at Baylor. I mean, that was a job I didn't think anybody would take, and he turned them back into what they still are right now. And Temple, he brought them back.
But I mean, either one of those guys, if you're an Auburn fan and you could get Stoops or Rule, I would be extremely excited.
I just wonder when this ever catches up with Auburn. It may never, because they pay so much money in buyouts. But every coach gets fired there. Every one of them. Nobody leaves just to retire or go to another. You get fired. And at some point, coaches start to look at that and think, I mean, all these guys have egos, though. They'll think it's not going to be me.
Right.
Or I'll get a big enough buyout, it won't matter, because that's what Auburn does. They pay buyouts.
Yeah, I got to ask that question, too. You think Harsin's ready to pack it in, too, ready to take the buyout?
Probably so, and get another job.
Yeah, I don't think that's a coaching personality, but the way the buyouts are now, I tell you, I think I'd rather, as Ed Orgeron said, thank you. Which door do you want me to leave, and when do you want me to leave?
Yeah, I see John over there. I've heard this, too. Lane Kiffin. I don't think Lane would take it.
Yeah, Kevin Skarbinski mentioned that. I don't know exactly where Kevin's writing, but that's what he was saying. He thinks Lane Kiffin would be a good choice down there. Interesting next couple of days and weeks for Auburn, with Missouri coming to town 11 a.m. this week. We'll hear what Brian Harsin says in his news conference tomorrow here in the show. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live show now on a Tuesday as we get ready to roll towards week 4 of the college football season and week 3 of the NFL. We'll talk about the NFL and what we saw last night in a rare doubleheader going on at the same time. I mean, it felt good to have a Monday night where you had 2 TVs working with a couple of games out there.
Too bad they sucked.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, Lunsford's off this week. Taylor is manning all the social media out in our social media offices as we get going at Next Round Live. Hit thumbs up, all that, like and subscribe. And later this segment, what Brian Harsin said yesterday in his on-campus news conference getting ready for Auburn to jump into SEC play with Missouri this week at home. But first in the NFL, let's start last night. And boy, as good as Georgia looks in college football, where they look like it's Georgia and everybody else, the Bills look exactly the same way in the NFL. It looks like the Bills and everybody else right now.
Well, there's not a weakness on this team. We talk about that with Georgia, and you look at Josh Allen, he topped 300 yards passing for the 15th time in his career. You've got a complete dominant receiver in Stephon Diggs, who had 3 touchdowns last night, goes over 100 yards, back-to-back games for the Bills. And the Bills' defense forcing 4 turnovers with a pick 6. I mean, it was impressive 31-10 against the Rams. I think last night might have been more impressive. And I don't consider the Titans, we talked about this yesterday. The AFC South is so weak right now that the Titans by default might get into the postseason. I'm not so sure now. But that was a complete domination.
What is open is a path for the Jaguars to be in the playoffs, which would be amazing the year after the Urban disaster.
Yeah, the thing with the Bills, though, that is different than Georgia is it's not the case in the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. In college, it's easy to be a cut above and be the elite team and nobody's close. You can do that in college. You can't in the NFL. It looks that way, though. I mean, it's hard to see them not being in the Super Bowl through 2 games. You just know in the NFL, it's not the way it works.
Yeah, they play at Miami this weekend. I know you don't want to throw the towel in on that game yet. A couple of unbeatens battling down in South Florida. But you could sit here and, see this team being 7-0 at one point, 9-0 at one point, 11-0 at one point. And us all sitting here then start talking about what Brady and the Patriots were able to do a few years ago. Are they ever going to pop the old Dolphins? Are they ever going to pop the champagne down in Miami of the team losing? They have that kind of look.
Well, they do, but Brown's right. I mean, when you start to look at the entirety of a season, they're going to have some. I mean, this weekend is tough. The number has already moved based on last night. It opened Buffalo 4.5. It's jumped to 5.5.
5.5 on the road in the NFL.
Yeah, just where I like it.
I mean, it's a big number, but the way Buffalo was playing, or the way Miami's playing right now, who knows?
Statistically, the 2 best offenses in the NFL, pretty much going head to head. So, we'll see if it's a shootout. I kind of hope it is. I think that's the Dolphins' only chances to win in a shootout.
Yeah, the way your defense has looked. So that'll be an early game, right? That'll be a 12 noon Central game this weekend.
Yeah, the TV maps aren't out yet, so I don't know if Birmingham gets that one. I looked this morning at the site I used to see the TV maps. I know, again, Alabama got Miami when none of the rest of the nation did, so that may be a thing now. I don't know how that's not your national game.
I see a lot of Tua jerseys, Miami jerseys. So I wonder, with Waddle and Tua both there, I wonder how many Miami fans there are around.
No, they're not. I mean, there are some, but these are Tua and Watt. I had to have this discussion with my teenager yesterday because one of her friends at school is a big Ravens fan, and she was rubbing it in his face. And some people were like, "Oh, you're not a Dolphins fan. You're just because of Tua and Waddle." And she's like, "No. My household, it's been Dolphins since birth." And I was explaining that to her, how when I see a Tua shirt, I appreciate their effort, but I want to go up to them and say, "Name me 5 players on the roster."
Hey, real quick, if Buffalo goes 7-0 and gets through October, they've got a chance. I don't think they will. Listen to how brutal this schedule is coming up. At Dolphins, at Ravens, Steelers, at Chiefs, Packers.
Yeah, there's a loss or 2 in there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I won't take a steak before you. I mean, I see your eyes spinning there. Cherry on the eyes there.
It's one of those things that's almost nearly impossible to do now, is to go undefeated in the NFL.
Yeah. So the Bills dominate the Titans last night. Tannehill looks so bad when they can't get Derrick Henry going. So that's a team that is now 0-2, which has yet, since he expanded the playoffs, an 0-2 team hasn't made the playoffs. So the Titans have to overcome that number. In the other game, Jalen Hurts looks so good.
I got to eat crow here, man.
Yeah, me too.
And I never thought he could throw the football like that. And I sat there watching him last night, and I'm watching. And I was fresh off the golf course at the Meadows, and I grilled up a nice little filet steak and a nice salad, and I'm watching Jalen Hurts sling the football around. And I thought to myself, if Jalen Hurts had already had that skill set, Tua Tagovailoa would have been a quarterback somewhere else. Wouldn't have been at Alabama. We'd have never had the 2nd and 26. Alabama may have had another national championship or two. It would have changed the course of some Alabama football history. Who knows where Tua had gone? They may have won the national championship against Alabama. You don't know what would happen because Jalen didn't have that skill set at Alabama, and I don't think he had it last year.
No, I don't think he did either. And I give Howie Roseman, Nick Sirianni, these guys a lot of credit. I thought this was going to be maybe the worst team in football last year. They started 2-5. He didn't look the part of not only a starting quarterback, now a franchise quarterback is what he looks like, at least through 2 games. Against Rockstar's Lions last week, they had to win in the shootout. Last night they did it with dominant defense, but he put over 300 total yards in the first half. Tua's just one of those guys, when you doubt him, he gets a chip on the shoulder. Hurts is one of those guys, when you doubt him, he gets a chip on the shoulder, and he plays better and better, and he just finds a way to improve.
Brown, you could hear it in Troy's voice last night, Troy Aikman on the broadcast. You could just hear it in his voice, how impressed and not surprised, but how not appreciative, how respectful he was of the growth Jalen had made from the first time he called his games until what he was seeing last night.
Yeah, he has turned into a good NFL quarterback, and I never thought I would see it. Alabama, to your point, would have another national championship. They would have beaten Clemson and Tampa if Hurts was a halfway proficient passer. Alabama's offense cost them that game, and it's just amazing that he eventually turned into that, whether it was the year under Dan Enos at Alabama when Tua was the starter, which I think he improved there, but then going to play for Lincoln Riley at Oklahoma, he improved leaps and bounds there. I mean, he's turned into a pro quarterback. Yeah. I never thought he would do that. I got to eat so much crow.
That you've got A.J. Brown that they acquired in the offseason and Devontae Smith. I mean,
That's
those
right.
guys are elite wide receivers.
That's right. I mean, Devontae can run routes and get open, and A.J. Brown's one of those guys that he's really good with 50-50 balls. I don't know. He's one of the better in the leagues. But the pass that he threw, sort of a floater to the tight end, right in the middle of 3 defenders. You heard Troy says that's the best ball he's thrown all night long. But he had some zip on the throws. Just an impressive outing last night from both home teams in Philly and Buffalo.
Can I, on the other side of that Philly-Minnesota game, can I share a funny text from our social media director, Taylor Korn? She and I were locked into a heated battle in our fantasy league. And she had Justin Jefferson. She texts me and says, as she needs points from Justin Jefferson, is this man actually their starting quarterback? Talking about Kirk Cousins, and then followed it up with, I feel like I'm watching TJ Finley.
I mean, 3 picks for Cousins. It was bad. And again, this is why Cooper Kupp is the best receiver in football. Jefferson was locked down last night.
He was. Couldn't get open.
Yeah. And Kupp's one of those guys that I think he's got 90-plus yards for – it's an NFL record right now.
But Cousins will get criticized. And he had dropped balls. I mean, that Irv Smith throw down the sidelines was right on the money. Should have been a touchdown.
Yep.
There was another drop that should have been a touchdown. His protection was non-existent last night.
His interceptions to Slay, that especially that late one, those are just awful passes.
I think
you can't make those passes.
I think the game, and I split last night. I had the Bills. I had the Vikings. I think if they get a scoop and score on that blocked field goal, which 9 times out of 10 that goes back, I think it might be a little bit different. But, again, I give the Eagles credit. Again, they got it done with defense. Hurts is playing well. They've got elite receivers. They're going to be a tough out in the NFC. The NFC is getting a little bit better. I thought it was going to be all AFC this year, but you look at the defense Tampa's got. It reminds me of Denver the year that Peyton Manning wasn't great, but they had a dominant defense with Von Miller.
When they started running the Eagles' upcoming schedule, that's a team that could also be 7-0.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, good-looking teams last night on a doubleheader Monday Night Football. Thursday night is when the National Football League returns. Pittsburgh and Cleveland do a little rivalry game Thursday night on Prime Video. Numbers from the Prime Video through the roof. They never had one day where they had more signups than they did on Thursday. They've never had a number when that many people were streaming at one time than they were Thursday night. And we'll wait and see what the Nielsen ratings said about that Thursday night game when those officially come out. So that's the NFL. We'll get to Auburn yesterday. Brian Harsin, our on-campus drive-thru in just a second. But remember, part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. Fall is coming. The weather, I promise. I know it's going to be 100 degrees this week. And Rockstar made a point. It's going to be 100 degrees Thursday on the first day officially of fall here, typical Alabama. But eventually the leaves either will start falling because it's fall or just give up on the heat and fall off and fall into your gutter unless you have our friends at Gutter Cap.
Yeah, and the one thing you don't want to do, you work all week. You don't want to get that dangerous ladder out. You want to watch football on Saturdays and Sundays. You don't want to clean the gutters out. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping out the debris. You can eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with that lifetime warranty. My man, Chris Stewart, has been here for 20 years, 20-year service record in Birmingham. Stay off dangerous ladders forever. 45% off the retail price right now for the next round viewer and listener. Call Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212 or online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it.
All right. Hey, don't forget Thursday night Bud Light game night. We're at Gabriel's in Hoover. We'll have special pricing on Bud Light and Bud Next. We'll have some great prizes to give away. And we'll do an Ask Us Anything show. We're out there 5 to 7 Thursday night. Gabriel's. I'll be there. LT will be there. Brownie, will you be there this Thursday? Yeah. Rockstar this Thursday? All right.
I'll be there.
All four of us there this Thursday night at Gabriel's in Hoover for Bud Light game night. We look forward to that. Let's talk a little college football now, a little Auburn football. Yesterday, we carried the Nick Saban News Conference live. Brian Harsin rolls after the show, and we do the Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-thru brought to you by the folks at Hamburger Heaven. Great locations. The closest one to my house, Highway 280, with a great breakfast and a lot more at Hamburger Heaven.
Yeah, Hamburger Heaven. Pete and the guys do such a good job there. Remember, since 1982, our friends at Hamburger Heaven serving up the best cheeseburgers, burgers, fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and more. Everything is fresh daily for breakfast or lunch. Dunaway mentioned Highway 280, Irondale, Gordondale, and Homewood.
All right, so here we go. Brian Harsin yesterday, aftermath of the loss to Penn State, everything swirling around him, and he sort of gives us the mood of the team when they regathered Sunday after the loss to Penn State.
I think the team has handled each game, and even after Penn State, that was disappointing. Everybody felt that. They came out on Sunday, and I've said this, players don't hang on to this stuff as long as we do. They got practice, they got individual, they got a condition, they got to get on to what's next. And I thought they did that. There was urgency. They were moving around. I think there was a sense of like, you know what, that wasn't good enough. And I think guys were pissed, and you could feel that. All right, I can handle that. I can handle somebody. We make a mistake or we don't have a performance. If you come back and you want to work and you want to improve it and you don't want that to happen again, and your attitude shows that, I'm good with that. If it doesn't matter, I'm not good with that. I think guys really showed that on Sunday.
And that's a good sign that, if it really was that attitude in practice, and he's not just coach speaking there, that if you care enough that you're pissed off on Sunday about the way you played on Saturday, that's something you can build on.
Well, you should be. You got embarrassed. You got pushed around. You got dominated in that second half. And, and realistically, this is going to sound stupid because I believe Auburn now is like a 4-8, maybe 5-7 team. But you lost to Penn State. You're 2-1. You still control your own destiny for everything.
For everything.
Yeah. Now, if you lose to Missouri this week, I think Sunday's going to be a little bit different.
Yeah, it's going to be beyond pissed off at that point. It's probably going to be 5-alarm fire if you lose to Missouri. I don't know. If you lose to Missouri, there's not enough pissed off that can change your season at that point. There's still enough pissed off you could change your season right now. In theory, you've still got massive issues even if you are pissed off.
Okay, so Robbie Ashford rolls with the quarterback for the most part in the second half. TJ Finley had the shoulder issue. Brian said yesterday that TJ's good to go. Everybody's good to go this week as far as TJ and Ashford are concerned. And then he gets asked about Calzada and whether or not he's healthy or not. And watch the reaction to this, which just opens the door to even more questions about his health. Listen.
From a physical standpoint, is that Calzada, is he healthy? Is it just the other guys are better in practice, or is he still not 100%?
You know something I don't?
I don't know anything.
Yeah. No, I mean, he's competed like everybody else. And those guys, every single week, I mean, those guys get opportunities. And we try to play the best players. And again, that's what happens from Sunday through Friday.
Well, he didn't answer the question, number one. And number two, just his initial reaction tells you there's something to that, to me.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, if I'm reading in between the
you
lines.
know something I don't?
Yeah.
I don't understand if he's not 100%. Why would you just not say that?
Yeah.
Because I think it actually makes them look a little inept when we see how bad quarterback play is. Calzada is a guy that a lot of people believe was going to be the starting quarterback, has never been in the mix since camp opened.
He's either hurt or awful.
Give it to us again, Rockstar. Sometimes second time around helps a little bit. Here it is. Here it is again.
From a physical standpoint, is that Calzada, is he healthy? Is it just the other guys are better in practice, or is he still not 100%?
You know something I don't?
I don't know anything.
Yeah. No, I mean, he's competed like everybody else. And those guys, every single week, I mean, those guys get opportunities. And we try to play the best players. And again, that's what happens from Sunday through Friday.
Okay, he didn't answer it, but he also kind of references that Zach is not playing as well as the other two.
That's right.
The only thing I would say to that is, again, some guys just don't practice as well and they play better under the lights, and at least I would give him a shot. You got to go back and watch the tape. He had multiple good games last year. He had a great game against Bama.
I mean, if I'm just watching that and I have to read between the lines a little bit because he didn't directly answer the question, I would read between the lines and say Zach Calzada's healthy. He's just not good.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's what he's saying.
That's pretty much what he's saying.
Yeah.
Now, he doesn't say he's healthy when asked about it, but, he says, do you know something I don't know? Well, he's competed, yada, yada, yada. We try to play the best players. Well, if you're not going to say he's healthy, then, and Dunaway coupled with the fact that when he answered the question the other day, he said, basically, what did he say? We consider putting him in the game?
He was asked, did you ever consider putting Calzada into the game?
Yeah.
We talked about it.
We talked about it, right. So that indicates he's healthy enough to play in a game. So he's just not very good, obviously.
We talked about it and decided no.
Decided he's no better than what we got.
Well, this is shocking to me. I don't know about you guys.
Oh, I'm stunned. I thought he'd win the job,
Yeah,
Lance.
we knew what we were going to get with Finley. Ashford's a guy that never even took a snap at Oregon, was a standout baseball player, and Calzada's a guy that we saw actually play well in SEC play.
I don't have the stats in front of me as we continue the Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through, but I don't think Auburn had anybody with 50 yards rushing, any individual. In fact, maybe not even 40 yards. I think Tank with 39 yards may have been the top rusher this past weekend. Am I close about that?
Yeah, Tank had 39 yards.
Yeah. So Auburn didn't run the ball very well, too, which you felt like they had to do to win this game. Brian Harsin, Rockstar cut number 1, please, as we continue with the Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through, talks about just, the inability to run the ball and his philosophy about running the football.
I mean, we want to run the football, but, every game is different. You guys don't sit in the meetings and all that and look at the game plan and what they're trying to do, too. I mean, there's really very little understanding of what their defense was trying to get done as well. So that dictates the game. All right, we can run into 9, 10 guys sometimes if we need to, but our coaches, that's why we put together game plans, and you have your openers, you have your plays that you want to hit in the first half, and that's exactly what we tried to do. And if we execute some of those plays, it's going to look a lot different at the end of the day.
And you guys know where the press box is now. At most stadiums, and including Jordan-Hare Stadium, I'm down in the corner turn at what I would call the south end zone, the one closest to Beard Eaves and on that side of the campus.
The one with the good scoreboard.
Yeah, I'm on the side where I can't see the good scoreboard.
See the good scoreboard.
Yeah.
You see the scoreboard that Coach Jordan put up.
Yeah, the scoreboard that is a historic landmark.
Still baffles me that scoreboard is there, by the way.
Brought to you by the Birmingham Post-Herald.
Yes.
But as I watch, again, I'm not a football guy. I'm not going to sit here and tell you they were great schemes or anything. But from that angle, you see a good angle of when Auburn's going that way of what the quarterback, could see if he was 100 feet in the air like I am. He's not. Obviously, he's having to look through bodies, and it's moving a lot faster. To his point, there were some wide open receivers that just because either pressure or not getting to that choice of throwing the football to that guy, there were some guys that were open that they just didn't get the ball to them in the first half. And then I left that view in the first half, so I don't know if that was the case in the second half.
I didn't necessarily see that on TV. What I saw was either quarterback was under a lot of pressure. 6 sacks. And what I also saw was questionable play calling because the best player on the field is Tank Bigsby. Mm-hmm. And for him to get 0 carries in the second quarter in a tight one-possession game makes 0 sense.
Well, I think what Harsin is saying right there is, guys, we watched the film. I get it. We can't run. People are going to pack it in on us until we have a quarterback that can beat them.
That's right.
And I don't think Auburn's got that quarterback on their roster.
9 or 10 in the box is what he said.
Well, and that's what you're going to see the rest of the year until one of those guys shows out.
Well, let me ask you this. Okay, so Zach Calzada, last year against LSU, 20 of 35, 3 touchdowns, no picks. I think Auburn would take that,
in
right?
a heartbeat. 3 passing touchdowns.
Yeah.
Yes.
Alabama, 67% completion rate, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception.
Yes.
Against South Carolina, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Missouri, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception.
Yes, all those things, yes.
He had one bad game, really, and it was against Ole Miss, where he had no touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and that's what you're seeing every week. I just don't know why he's not getting a shot.
And that's Zach Calzada, who is apparently QB3 for another week for Auburn, though they didn't name a starter yesterday, so that'll be something with Missouri coming to town you'll keep an eye on. That's our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-thru, brought to you by the great folks at Hamburger Heaven.
Yeah, again, if you're looking for a delicious lunch today, stop by Hamburger Heaven, serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order, including that club sandwich since 1982, always fresh, never frozen. Their meat hand-patted each and every day for breakfast or lunch. Visit any of those 4 locations of Hamburger Heaven, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Sunburst 62, the only reason he's still there is Penn State was not a conference loss. His comments have trended towards blaming players, a look of a coach that is leaving. Thoughts on that?
I haven't really noticed the blaming players. I think everybody understands that Brian Harsin is likely leaving Auburn one way or the other this year. He's getting fired, or he's going to do well enough to cash in and get another job and get out of a really toxic relationship.
Yeah, I think I said this on our postgame Saturday. I believe, he would rather go 8-4 and take a job like Arizona State.
Yes, even without the buyout.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think it's going to be more like the 4-8, and I don't know if it's going to be sooner or later, but yeah, this is going to be it.
Will P., it sounds like he can play, talking about Calzada, but isn't good enough and better than the other 2. I agree with you there, Will P. JM, as an AU fan, I'm a fan of Jalen Hurts. I gained a lot of respect for him when he stayed at UAT instead of transferring. He put team before self. Glad to see him having success in the National Football League. Those comments coming in the chat room. If you're watching us on any of the video platforms, you can get into the show over there. It's the easiest way to get on the show. You can also call the show 205-734-0923, 734-0923. And as always on Twitter, you can jump on at Next Round Live. Follow us there on Twitter at Next Round Live. Easy comments there. It's the best way to contribute to the show in the chat room and there on Twitter. The show being brought to you in part by the great folks at NASCAR.
Talladega Super Speedway is hosting that Yellowwood 500 weekend. The Yellowwood 500 Sunday, October 2. The weekend starts Friday, September 30. You can see everything at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Reserve your spot there or call 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Don't forget that Saturday night infield concert. Chase Rice and Bailey Zimmerman. Your Sunday ticket gets you in free. If you want more information, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA. You want to win tickets? You can do it right now. NextRoundLive.com/Dega. Answer one question about a NASCAR driver and their favorite football team. You are in the drawing. We'll go give away Saturday and Sunday. So you got 2 chances to win. NextRoundLive.com/Dega or go to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Call 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022.
Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook.
It's time to do something different.
Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
July 18th, 2022, Tracy Locke for Pepsi at ID PETW2086000. Spot title, Dear World Again. 30-second radio, full mix.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round, Clay Travis coming up at the top of the hour. He'll be our first guest of the day. Congratulations to the Astros. They won, beat my Tampa Bay Rays last night 4-0, not even close, a sign of things to come in the playoffs maybe. It's the 5th time in the last 6 years the Astros have won the American League West.
God, it's hard to believe some of our listeners won't remember when the Astros were in the National League. Same division as the Dodgers.
Yeah, and the Braves, and they sucked.
And the Reds.
And they sucked.
Yeah.
Always sucked.
Well, they had 1 or 2 years. I remember they went to the NLCS and played the Mets.
J.R. Richard?
That was after J.R. Richard. Mike Scott was their dominant pitcher then.
Yeah. Blonde hair?
Yeah.
Right-hander?
Sandy Blonde. The first really good splitter I remember was Mike Scott.
Yeah. Those crazy uniforms?
They had the crazy uniforms, yeah.
Yeah.
You think they should bring them back?
They got a little bit of that. They got a little bit of that striping in all of their uniforms now, either on the shoulder or a little there. My buddy Dirty named his kid Houston, big Astros fan, and
I've met Houston.
Yeah, they're now another AL West banner pennant. Do you hang the divisions up?
Sure, I think
absolutely.
You do.
Yeah.
That's still an accomplishment. Did Dirty ever retire?
No, I think he's still churning along. I think he wanted to Ken Griffey it up. I think he and Houston are now teaching. I don't know if they're at the same school or not, but they're both teaching. So
we'll still hear a song randomly on Sirius XM, and young Jack will be like, "Coach Daniel used to play that at PE." I mean, so Coach Daniel played songs every day. But it's just that's one of those things that you remember forever.
Yep. You know what Coach Daniel didn't like? He did not like his tequila, but that's only because he never met Maestro Dobel Diamante tequila. I guarantee you, Dirty would like Maestro Dobel Diamante tequila because it ain't dirty. The next round is brought to you by the Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, the world's first clear multi-age tequila. Dobel Diamante is a blend of extra añejo, and reposado tequilas aged in a new European oak barrel and double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Rockstar, you saw my approach there. I just did it faster today.
Yeah, just a lot.
No, you're getting better.
Burn through it.
Crystal and clear in appearance and smooth and crisp on the finish. To Maestro Dobel is the perfect tequila, not just for sipping or mixing, but for any time. It is the Maestro Dobel Diamante tequila. Almost feels like a tequila afternoon for us.
I'm almost willing, if you start drinking right now.
Here we go.
He's almost willing. He's
not
not willing yet.
Yeah.
I will wipe, what about 5 steaks?
5 steaks.
I will wipe 3 of the 5 if I were
From
you.
our friends at New York Butcher Shop.
I'll wipe 3.
If I start drinking what?
Tequila now till the end of the show.
Well, I mean, you guys know I drink slow, so all it will be is, man, the ice is melting.
No.
Man, that is so
Jimmy
hot.
half drink.
Yeah,
We'll do 5 regular drinks from now till the end of the show.
Yeah, okay. And then nap time until tomorrow
Will
morning.
you do it on Saturday nights?
I do on Saturday nights, but that's only so I can be in conversation with you on late Saturday nights. I will not do that. Not today. We have to record a Mystery Fifth Hour, and I've got to be on top of my game for that.
Peak for you.
Yeah. Rockstar?
Yeah. What's up, man?
You here today?
While you get cut number 5 ready, I'll tell you guys, I heard our boy Fitzy doing a national radio game. Where was he this week?
I'm going to guess he was in Washington, in Seattle.
No, he was
Michigan State, Washington. That seems like a Fitzy game.
He's going to Wisconsin next week. I can't remember where he was. Oh, he's at Mississippi State, LSU.
Okay.
And he had a conversation with Mike Leach in their call. The announcers get to talk to the coaches. And somehow they got to tequila. And Mike Leach told our boy Ian Fitzsimmons that the best tequila drink is white grapefruit, not the pink that you get sometime, it's the white grapefruit juice. I don't even know. I've never
where do you
had
find it?
I don't know. But he says the white grapefruit juice in tequila makes for a refreshing, fine drink, is the way Fitzy said Leach described it, because the grapefruit takes a little bit of the edge off the tequila, and the tequila takes a little bit of the edge off the grapefruit to where it mixes well.
Yeah, I like the edge of the tequila. I don't like the edge of the grapefruit. I've
Yeah.
never liked grapefruit.
I remember back in the 80s, I think there was a hot diet where you drank grapefruit juice, and I tasted it one time.
It is
I think
awful.
you ate grapefruit, not just drank the juice, but like you ate grapefruit.
No, I love grapefruit juice.
I can do anything. I can do the orange juice. I can do lemonade. I can do cranberry juice, grape juice, anything but even pineapple juice.
Yeah.
I cannot do the grapefruit.
No, I love a good pineapple jalapeno margarita.
Yeah, no, that's
Don't
really
get me
good.
started there. That's awesome.
Now, you drink one of those right now, wouldn't you?
I would.
I would, too.
I'd drink 5 of those right now.
You know what? We've got ice now.
Here we go.
We might need to send somebody to the store.
That's
I
right.
could do a margarita right
Well, we
now.
don't need to send them to the store.
Well,
we just send it to our friend Taco Mama. and they'll give us a jug of their margarita mix, and we've got the Maestro Diamante tequila right here.
We can do that.
We make our own. In fact, they could drop us off a gallon every week.
Boy, I got Bam and bourbon today, too.
It's a good question, though. A Cowan Equipment poll question, Taylor, if you want to throw it up there. Grapefruit juice. Do you like grapefruit juice or not? Yes or no?
Horse piss is what it is.
Yes,
I mean,
hard pass.
I love it. I put the Redmond vodka in it. That's delicious. Little salty dog, salt that rim.
Our friends at Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round on this venture here. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, cowan.com.
My mom reminds me that my dad was doing the grapefruit juice diet and got a kidney stone from me.
Yeah.
That's quite the gift.
Yeah, he's miserable as is. Let's just add the old kidney stone. Starving. I hate this grapefruit.
Yeah, it's awful. I'm drinking antifreeze.
Yeah. Who eats cottage cheese though? My buddy Ben. I'm playing golf with him yesterday at the Meadows, and
it's such an early '80s thing.
And by the way,
can you find cottage cheese?
Well, he's a big dude, man. He's a big dude, and he enjoys his Bud Lights. So he's trying to lose a little bit of weight because, like me, we've played golf every day all year long.
Introduce him to Bud Light next.
Yeah. So we're out there, and so he's going no alcohol yesterday on the golf course, and I was like, Benny Mac, usually he's 6 or 7. No, because he's a tall dude. I mean, he's 6'6", and he's like, no, I'm dieting. I said, dieting? Yeah, I'm eating like a rabbit. He goes, for lunch today, I had some carrots and cottage cheese.
Oh.
And I said, cottage cheese, Ben. I mean, I'd rather be 400 pounds than eat cottage cheese. So I told him about my friends at Way to Wellness. So hopefully he'll listen to me.
I ran into Leslie and her husband at the concert Friday night.
Did you really?
Yeah.
What concert did you go to?
I went to the Molly Ringwalds at
Molly
Avondale.
Ring. Yeah. I had friends that were there too.
It was a good time.
Always good with the Molly Ringwalds.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, they can't sing. Like not one of them. They cannot sing. And I think it's more of a show.
Yep.
And everybody gets involved in singing.
Well, if the crowd is singing along, you don't have to know the words. You don't have to get it right.
I mean, Rockstar is Christina Aguilera to their, I don't know.
Quite the compliment.
Yeah, Travis Tritt.
And one guy dressed up as Pee Wee Herman.
Yeah, so one dude, he switched. So he's Freddie Mercury now. He used to be Pee Wee Herman. So one guy dresses up, kind of drag, White Snake, Poison, Motley Crue, whatever in the 80s. Another one dresses up like the Devo guy that I think is dead now. And then the drummer wears a Cobra Kai gi.
It's awesome.
Yeah. I like that.
No,
he's the most comfortable one of them all, by the way.
I took
100% commando. He's back there in that gi going.
We took 3 kids with us and had a good time. A lot of fun.
Yeah, always fun there. And Way to Wellness can help you out too. If you like my buddy Benny Mac, throw away the cottage cheese and get a really good plan from Leslie and her crew over there. Aplanforme.com is the website. Just aplanforme.com. It'll take you to Way to Wellness. You'll learn that they've got a plan specifically for you. You can ask for what I'm doing, the Dunaway plan, or you can just get one designed for yourself. Great bars that, my favorite bar, the 100 Grand bar, they got one of the bars that tastes exactly like that. Is my favorite, the Caramel Crunch. But they got hundreds of bars that'll help you get your diet back in control, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, lose a few pounds, and just feel a lot better. Planforme.com, Way to Wellness, a journey to healthy living. No contract, no sign-up fees, and a free consultation with Leslie and her board-certified crew over there at board-certified crew over there at Way to Wellness. Boardified is a combination of that all.
Yes.
All right there. Okay, we got to make a ruling here. Will Anderson. Everybody on the defense kicks in a little money.
That's right.
I think
they got a little pool going?
I think it's $1 a piece.
Okay, what's the pool for?
For the turnover.
All right.
First turnover of the year, first turnover score, pick 6.
We got a turnover pool.
Here's Will Anderson on the kitty.
It's crazy because in the locker room before the game, we was talking as a defense. He was like, everybody got to put in $20 for whoever get the first turnover. So, like, I got the first turnover, so everybody got to give me $20. But no, like, when I was on the field, I was kind of shocked that I had it. And then when I started running, it was even more shocked. And then when I stepped on, it's just like shock just kept coming. But, like, when we got to the end zone, it was fun, just to see how excited my teammates were for me. It was most definitely a top 5 moment since I've been here.
How many players ended up putting 20 in the pot? How much you take home?
We got to see because they playing right now. They keep saying they trying to bring up this NIL stuff, saying Will Anderson doesn't need it. I tell them it's horse crap, so I'm going to get my 20 out of everybody.
Yeah, I think he will, by the way.
Oh, I do too.
I'd give it to him at
I mean, does he deserve it? I mean, if everybody's kicking in, it doesn't matter. He's getting all this NIL money.
And
he needs his money.
These other guys are getting NIL. That's why $20 is not a big deal to them. So, yeah, he deserves his money. It's still hard to believe it took Alabama until their third game to force a turnover. By the way, Auburn, one of 4 teams that is yet to force a turnover.
Yeah, let's make that another Calvin Equipment poll question, Taylor, as she's handling all that for us. At Next Round Live, you can go vote. Does Will Anderson deserve the kitty for the turnover over the weekend? Does Will Anderson deserve the kitty, yes or no?
So is that just starters, or is that everybody on defense? I mean, just starters, that'd be $200.
Yeah, I would say starters or people that really play, because if I'm on the 3 deep,
yeah.
I mean, there's no chance I'm going to get the first turnover.
First of all, my little NIL money on the 3 deep, I'm running over to get a burger.
Wow.
I'm trying to feed myself. All right, so a couple of Calvin Equipment poll questions. I'll repeat them for you, Taylor, just in case Reed's talking to you. Do you like grapefruit juice, yes or no? And does Will Anderson deserve the kitty, yes or no? You can go vote at Next Round Live right there in our Calvin Equipment poll question. Clay's up at the top of the hour. When we come back, there are 33 unbeaten Division I college football teams. Which one surprises you the most when we come back right here on the Next Round?
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
This hour of the Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour. 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with walk-ons.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. Bud Light game night Thursday night at Gabriel's in Hoover, right there off Lorna Road, historic landmark there. 5 to 7 will be there Thursday, Bud Light game night. Look forward to that, and you can come out, and we'll have an Ask Us Anything show, special pricing, Bud Light. They've got prizes every week. Come hang out with us.
Yeah, please do. We'll give you more on the pricing. Last week when we were out at Mugshots, it was $7 Bud Light pitchers, but we'll have a great special for you getting ready for Thursday night football. Come join us. Gabriel's 5 to 7 right there in Hoover.
Michelle, one of our great female listeners, writes and says, cottage cheese is delish, dude. Hater.
All right.
Pimento cheese is delicious.
I do like pimento cheese.
I do too. Cottage cheese I have not. But I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever tasted it.
I think I have.
It just looks bad.
Yeah, so I'm hating it without ever tasting it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be willing to taste it again, but I've got a feeling I'm going to hate it.
So I wrote back, I said, for real, ? Texture, ? Tastes like what? And she gives me, I like it, only eat it specific brand, eat it for breakfast almost every morning with a boiled egg and hot sauce.
Oh,
what a breakfast.
Well, I hope her lunch and dinner gets better. Ooh. To me, cottage cheese probably is the grapefruit of the cheeses.
Well, you're down on grapefruit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Not a big fan either.
I love grapefruit.
I mean, I'd have to be in a desert with nothing to drink.
So I can't get some freshly squeezed grapefruit juice and throw a little Redmont vodka in there for you. Put a little salt on the rim.
I mean, I could power one down.
Over ice?
That would be the least. I prefer any mixer over grapefruit.
All right. Go vote in our poll questions out there. A lot going on in college football, but did you get a chance to see Eli Manning? It's all over Twitter and Instagram and stuff.
It's a little ridiculous.
He had a horrible toupee on, and he went as a walk-on tryout at Penn State. Obviously, James Franklin was in on it, but nobody else was. Chad Powers. I did love the way he kept referencing himself in third party. Chad, fast Chad.
Yeah, do you believe that nobody knew this other than James Franklin?
No, I think the coaching staff altogether was in on it. I don't think the players knew. No, if you're wise enough, you probably could peg a 38-year-old man in a toupee.
Yeah.
Well, he was acting. I think he was trying to be 26. I think in one clip he said, if Brady can play to 45, Chad Powers can play till he's 26, right?
I still don't think he looked 26. I didn't like the name either. Too much of a play off Kenny Powers.
Yeah.
Fast Chad.
Yeah, Fast Chad.
I thought golf did a better job with it back in the day. You guys remember that? The small California school?
I do not, no.
33 unbeaten teams in college football, and I asked you which one surprises you the most. People are responding quickly with Kansas as the most surprising. B. Rich is in there and others on Kansas.
I think that's the right answer.
It is the right answer.
Yeah, because they've won road games at West Virginia and at Houston, and this is Kansas football we're talking about.
And this number will blow you guys away. Before this season, 12 consecutive seasons or 3 or less wins.
All right, say that again. You got
12 consecutive seasons of 3 or less wins.
Yeah, for Kansas.
For
and
Kansas.
Now they're 3-0.
Now they're 3-0. They're going to go
Yeah.
4-0 after they beat a 3-0 Duke this week.
Yeah,
It's surprising that Duke's 3-0 a little bit, right?
Yeah, but Duke hasn't really played anybody.
Yeah.
Northwestern was a surprising Duke win, but Kansas has a conference road win already. We're 3 games in, and they've beaten what was viewed to be one of the challengers for a group of 5 team to make the college football playoff.
Yeah.
They've won both those games on the road already.
And by the way, they're third nationally in scoring offense.
Yeah, Lance Leopold's done an amazing job.
He really is. And I give credit to Rutgers. They have a road win over Boston College, who is not very good this year.
Can I offer up Syracuse as maybe the most surprising?
Well,
look who they've beaten.
Yeah, Purdue was a good win for Syracuse. They won that game at home, though. I mean, it's
dominated Louisville.
Yeah, they dominated Louisville at home.
Yeah, but still, Louisville and Purdue, that's 2 pretty good wins for them.
It is. Yeah, but I mean, these are 2 road games for Kansas. Kansas is going on the road and getting wins, one of which was in conference.
Well, and we did see a 10-win Dino Babers team, I think, 4 years ago. So, I mean, at least in the last memory, Syracuse has had a decent product. We just haven't had that from Kansas. Also, Tulane, Willie Fritz, the job he's done there.
That K-State win's a big win, man.
Well, and I didn't realize this because I didn't have it on. It was on one of the ESPN Pluses that they're up 17-10 with 2 minutes to go. They've got a 4th and 1 at their own 24. He goes for it.
Yeah. You don't live in New Orleans, man, and play it close to the vest.
Yeah.
Boy, that is ballsy right there.
Willie Fritz has done an under the radar good job at Tulane.
I told you I met his wife at a bowling alley, didn't I?
I think you did tell me that story. I don't remember the context of it.
Order 7 is up. Order 7 is up. Grilled cheese, fries.
But there's somewhere I want to go with this. But I want to hear. Okay. I want to hear. No. I want to hear. Why were you at a bowling alley with Willie Fritz's wife? I forget.
So Cameron, my youngest brother, we had his bachelor party in New Orleans 2 years ago.
Yeah.
No, it was summer of 19. So 3 years ago. And one of the things that I booked for them, they've got one of those really cool bowling alleys with the great food where they cater all the food in and good beer selection, bourbons, that kind of stuff. And so next to us was a bachelorette party.
Oh, and she was in the bachelorette party. That's right.
Yeah. Well, she was one of the moms of the
chaperone.
Of the bachelorettes, yeah.
Well, so Fritz had a 2-10 last year at Tulane, which is going to throw his record a little bit out of whack. But he's given you some 7-6s, 6-6. They're 3-0. I mean, I think he's done a pretty solid job there. I wanted to ask this because Leopold, who's done a great job at Kansas, which normally would have you on the radar for all these open jobs, he's 58. Fritz is 62. Are these guys just hitting it at a bad time, you think, for them?
I said that about Fritz a couple of years ago before that 2-10, that at 60 it's going to be difficult for him. But, the more I look at this and how much, how fluid all of these coaching situations are. If I can get a guy that can give me a good 5 to 7 years and make my program better, I think it's worth it. And I think at 58, I think, I look at a guy like Nick Saban that'll turn 71 on Halloween. Why not?
Mr. B, speaking of Kansas, who was called the Kansas Comet? That'd be Gale Sayers would be my answer. Who is Gale Sayers? We'll go full Jeopardy there. Can I offer up Washington State as a surprising 3-0?
Because they beat Wisconsin on the road, and I did not see that coming. Now, that's the only real quality win they've got, but I had them written down.
Well, and they've got Oregon this week.
They do.
They win that game.
You never know. But that win at Wisconsin is one of in the first 3 weeks here, one of those that made me scratch my head. I thought Wisconsin was much better than that.
Yeah, so to me, Syracuse and Washington State, obviously Kansas is a special talk of college football. And Appalachian State should be unbeaten if you think about it.
Well, I don't know.
I forget who I had it written down and who tweeted it out, but it was somebody from The Athletic who pointed out their 40-point fourth quarter against North Carolina was the third most exciting thing that happened to them this season.
I know,
their
that's wild, isn't it? Yeah.
Fourth quarter was the third because they won at Texas A&M and then the Hellberry to beat Troy.
Yeah, but I can't really give them. I mean, they had to come back against. They were up 14 early, but then they had to come back against North Carolina. So,
but 40 points in a quarter.
But they shouldn't have won against Troy.
That's right. Yeah. So it balances out. Maybe you should have won the North Carolina game. You should have lost the Troy game. It's hard for me to say that for Appy State. And if you score 40 points in a quarter and still lose, I don't think you deserve anything.
Yeah, so think about it. No independents are undefeated.
Nope.
No Mountain West are undefeated. No MAC teams are undefeated.
Yeah.
33 unbeaten teams left and some unbeaten versus unbeatens this weekend, including the massive showdown of Duke and Kansas at 3-0 each, battling this weekend. Over in the chat room, Palomas, another grapefruit and vodka. That's that drink, salty dog if you throw salt on the rim. and other people loving the grapefruit over there. Some eat it for breakfast and then drink the juice afterwards. Woo! It all goes good with our great friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling.
Yeah, Redmont Vodka, locally owned and operated. Make sure you get into your local package store, including Pink Package and the Beverage Place. You're going to absolutely love the product that Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka, their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, and available in 20 states.
Upset alert today, just to give you a heads up of when it's coming, will come your way at 12 noon today in the 12 noon segment to start the final hour. 12 noon Central is when we'll do upset alert. Brown, I had your upset winning this past week?
Straight up. I should have gotten the full amount of points for that one.
Okay. I'll have to go back and I had you losing, but I'll have to go back and look. Just in my head, I thought you had...
I had the Kansas Jayhawks, who we
Kansas
just discussed, Jim, are undefeated.
That's right. It was your bird looked like an L, I remember now. No, it was a different time. So, okay, Kansas, what was yours?
I had Texas San Antonio. They played it tough until that pick from Frank Harris, so I'm 0-3. I haven't won one yet.
So didn't even cover?
No.
Didn't even cover.
So I'm doing a good job on our pick 3,
right,
but not on the upset. I'm going for double-digit underdogs every time it's not working, but guess what? I'm going back with a double-digit underdog.
I love it, man. Don't give up, Lance.
I'm not gonna.
My first loss because of Georgia Tech. We'll update the poll question later. Probably my worst pick of all time at anything.
Well, and especially with the news that continues to come out.
Yeah, and you'll hear from Lane Kiffin, who just pours gasoline on the Jeff Collins fire a little bit later on. But when we come back, Clay Travis is with us, but upset alert later in the final hour of the show. And mybookie.ag on board with us today as well, Brandon.
If you want to play those upsets, you can go to mybookie.ag. NFL Week 3 coming up. Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Mac Jones, Lamar Jackson, young guns, old guard going against one another. Week 4 college football starts Thursday night with West Virginia at Virginia Tech, Coastal Carolina at Georgia State. Get all those games, mybookie.ag. That is mybookie.ag. They've still got super contests, survivor pools, and that double deposit bonus. When you use the code NEXTROUND, double your deposit up to $1,000. Mybookie.ag. Sign up with the code NEXTROUND and double that deposit. This is not your grandfather's bookie. This is my bookie. Put your money where your mouth is. Get rewarded for it. Begin your winning season today. Mybookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND to double that deposit bonus. Mybookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND. Clay Travis is next.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Hey, Lance Taylor to tell you about my friends at Wayne. Summer is ending, which means fall is here. Fall means football, but don't forget about that yard. My yard is looking fantastic thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Summer ending and lawns soon be heading into dormancy. Yards of the month are made in the fall during proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free, lush lawn next summer. Call 866-WAYNES-1 or call Waynes.com. First month free on the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for backyard adventures.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We get rolling here. A few headlines as we bring Clay Travis in, brought to you by our friends at the Pants Store. If you're heading to the games this weekend or any weekend, football or basketball season, make sure you're dressed with the best fashion from our friends at the Pants Store. Great game day gear. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order anywhere that you're watching us in the world at pantsstore.com. Pantstore.com, and follow them on social media. Game day hats, all the accessories, game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. It's our friends right there at the Pants Store, and they got special game day fashion designed specifically for women as well. Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn. TJ Finley's shoulder is all good, according to Brian Harsin, good to go. Some question about Tennessee receiver Cedric Tillman. He's day-to-day as we get ready for the big Florida-Tennessee game. He left the game this past weekend with a lower body injury. And Alabama picked up another big recruit yesterday, 4-star defensive end Jordan Renault out of Texas. May not be how you say his last name, but that's what I'm going to roll with. It picks Alabama over Oklahoma. Auburn got a 3-star offensive lineman, a guy named Sweet Treat Wilson.
I love that name.
Yeah, he's
I like a good sweet treat.
A 3-star offensive lineman, and he picks Auburn. So there you go. That's your headlines as we head to Clay Travis.
Clay is the founder of Outkick, also Fox Sports, and he's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Clay? How are you?
Doing well. How are y'all?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. I was trying to find, I thought it was Chad Withrow, your colleague, that tweeted this. If I read it right, that as a starter, Hendon Hooker is 49-2 touchdown to interception. That does not sound like it could be true. I know he's been good. That is amazing if true, but I cannot find the tweet now. I don't know if Chad deleted it.
Yeah, well, I mean, all you got to do, I guess, is go to College Football Reference. I don't know what the I don't know what the exact number is, but it is pretty incredible. I think he had, I know he had over 30 touchdowns last year and only 2 interceptions. And through 3 games, I don't think he's thrown more than an interception.
Nope.
Yeah, so it should be. Yeah, it's definitely over 40 touchdowns and only like 3 interceptions. And what's crazy about that is I think it speaks to Josh Heupel's ability with quarterbacks. Because remember, Hendon Hooker was not widely chased when he decided to leave Virginia Tech, and wasn't even the starter last year for Tennessee. Well, it remains to be seen. I don't know if you guys saw a couple of the throws that Joe Milton dropped. Joe Milton is still at Tennessee, and there seems to be the expectation that he'll be the starting quarterback next year, notwithstanding the fact that Tennessee has got, either the first or second best quarterback, depending on which services you look at, committed and will arrive on campus in December. So Josh Heupel, fingers crossed, has got things rolling pretty well for Tennessee. And, this weekend, Tennessee is an 11-point favorite over Florida, which I believe is the biggest favorite Tennessee has been over Florida in my lifetime. That makes you a little bit nervous, but Tennessee's a lot better than Florida. Should be an electric atmosphere. I'll be up there with Fox Sports. Should be an electric atmosphere in Neyland. And if Tennessee wins, can get the win, then 4-0 going into the bye week, for an undefeated September with 2 weeks to get ready for a game at LSU. And then Alabama would be coming to Knoxville.
Okay, so my buddy Charlie sent me a text last night. And he said, you've got to go back and listen to Clay's podcast. He did his top 10 in college football, and he said it's really, really off the wall. I mean, you have it right there. Can you give us?
First of all,
yep.
I think I can pull it up. But reminder, I do my starting 11 every single Sunday, and I only judge based on the games that have been played. So I'm not talking about who I think is going to be the best. I'm trying to just rank teams, through 3 weeks, and I give particular value to Power 5 conference wins, especially Power 5 conference wins in road or neutral settings. So, on speaker so I can pull this up.
We know you've got Georgia number 1. I mean, you've got to have Georgia number 1.
Yeah, Georgia is clearly number 1, and I know my top 3. My number 2 is USC, which I think has been, really, really dominant. Let me scroll down and I'll give you my full top 10. I've got Tennessee 3rd, based on that win over Pitt. I think Pitt's pretty good, and continues to be, but a top 25 road win over Pitt. And then I've got Penn State 4. Michigan 5. Now, Michigan hasn't played any elite level teams yet, but they've truly dominated. Kentucky 6, Ohio State 7, Oklahoma 8, Washington 9, and Florida State is number 10 team.
I didn't hear Alabama in there.
I thought I just
I don't have
missed it.
Alabama. Based on what I was there at Austin, based on what I saw against Texas, Alabama doesn't look like it's top 10 to me through the first 3 weeks of the season.
So you think if Alabama and Tennessee played neutral site right now, who would you take?
No. I'm not talking about.
I know. I'm just asking.
I think Alabama would be favored over Tennessee, but I think that the line will be closer than it has been for any game between Tennessee and Nick Saban, Tennessee and Alabama since Nick Saban got there.
Yeah, it's a great moral victory to have the line closer than it's been. Yeah, and it works out really good where the Saban-controlled satellites are not working for you now. We're getting a little problem with your cells, so I want to ask you this as Clay Travis continues with us. We sent you, a couple of us sent you a bit that Rockstar did called Andrew Dice Clay Travis. Did you get a chance to ever see that, or do we need to resend it to you?
I think was that a couple of weeks ago. I think I saw it. I thought it was pretty funny, but I think this is such a frenzied time that it's almost impossible for me to keep up with day-to-day tech. So I thought it was funny, but I don't remember exactly when I got it.
Yeah, we just wanted to make sure you were not pissed off at us for doing Andrew Dice Clay Travis.
No.
Yeah, okay.
You guys have known me long enough to know that it's virtually impossible for me to get upset by what somebody says on. Look, if I got upset by what somebody said to me about me on the internet, I wouldn't have the career that I do. So no, I thought that was funny.
Well, the wardrobe was the best part. The leather jacket up top with the smoking cigarette and the greased hair, but down below the duck heads and the sandals was just spot on.
Yeah, no, it was very well done by Rockstar. I think he's done that before, hasn't he?
No, I've done. I did another bit with you. I can't remember what it was.
Was it him and
You
Marty?
mixed me with some.
Yeah, no, I think it was just me being you. This was just Andrew Dice Clay Travis, a super hybrid of two.
Yeah, I don't
famous
remember
people.
who exactly it was, but I thought, there was another parody of some sort involving me. That
It's
might have been
because
several years ago.
It's because I love you.
Hey, Clay, I was watching, so I had both games on last night, but the volume was more so on Philadelphia, Minnesota. It was a bigger game for me. And I see here on your website, Dan Orlovsky appeared to fart on the air last night.
I saw that headline. I have not heard it.
Have you guys heard this?
I have not heard it. I don't think
no.
it was Orlovsky.
Maybe he was just giving audio representation of Tennessee Titans.
I mean, my gosh, how bad were they?
I think this is why I think I told you this, right after the loss to the Bengals. That loss to the Bengals was so tough because it felt like that was the last of the Titans' window, right? Every NFL team can build, by and large. I mean, there are exceptions, but most NFL teams, kind of build up and have like a 4 or 5 year window where they can be pretty good, and then you typically have to go back and kind of rebuild all over again. And the Titans' window, was pretty good. 3, 4, 5 years where they were a playoff team and had a chance to win there, went to the AFC Championship, and last year were the number 1 overall seed. And all they had to do was beat the Cincinnati Bengals, who they were favored to beat, and they would have been hosting the AFC Championship game. And then they choked. And as much as I love Derrick Henry, I think certainly he's on the tail end of his career in the NFL. Ryan Tannehill, if you look at all the young, talented quarterbacks in the AFC, is at best, the 16th or 17th best quarterback in the NFL, and on the downslope of his career. So it feels to me like the Titans are closer to the worst team in the NFL than they are the best. And maybe worst of all, they're right in that mediocre range where, you're not good enough to actually win anything, but you're not bad enough to get a good pick. And I think that's probably where the Titans are.
Apparently, Clay Travis is with us, Fox Sports. Apparently, fans, as they tell me in the chat room here, are campaigning for Dolly Parton to be the guest picker Saturday with game day coming in. I think Dolly is a national treasure. Nothing is more Tennessee to me than Dolly Parton. I don't know that she went to the University of Tennessee. I just mean state of Tennessee.
I'm not sure she went to college. I think she was a country music star at the age of 18.
Probably so. I mean,
I think she is from, I believe, Sevier County.
Yeah.
So she's from East Tennessee. I would be stunned if it's not Peyton Manning. ESPN's got a ton of money invested in him now in the Monday Night Football version of the broadcast that he is doing. I just think, Dolly Parton would be massive. That would be an unbelievable get. Even bigger than Peyton Manning.
Is there no shot? With your relationship with ESPN being so good and so tight, is there no shot that you'd be on there?
I've got a better chance.
Oh, I think. They won't allow me to go on Feinbaum's show. They're definitely not going to let me do picks on game day.
ESPN has stopped you from going on Feinbaum's show?
Oh, they banned me from all network appearances. Yeah, I can't even be mentioned on any ESPN programming.
So where are you banned from? You're banned from CNN, right?
CNN and ESPN have both banned me from appearing on their airwaves.
That's pretty impressive.
I think I'm the only person in America who has that esteemed bio tidbit. And frankly, ESPN is in a rough spot. They're hemorrhaging cash. They're going to have to go to a streaming service at some point. I don't know how they're going to make that pivot. And CNN is just they're a total abject failure. So maybe there's a coincidence you ban me and your business collapses.
Well, I'm looking at your Twitter bio. You need to put that in there.
I just can't believe Feinbaum allows this to happen. I mean, we worked with Feinbaum for quite a while, and had Cumulus Media ever told Feinbaum, you can't have so-and-so on, he would have told them to go pound sand. I am having them on, and I'll tell you what time I'm having them on. I can't believe he bows down.
Yeah, I've never agreed to not have any guest on ever. When I did the Fox Sports Radio show, ESPN would try to ban any talent from coming on the Fox Sports Radio show. There are a lot of ESPN guys and girls who are good friends, and so they'll just be like, screw it, I'll come on no matter what. But yeah, I mean, the network has banned me from appearing or even being mentioned on any of their programming.
All right, he is Clay Travis.
The highlight, by the way, the highlight of this was when their top PR person, do you remember this? Like, listened to my radio show and counted the number of times that I used the word boobs, and then tweeted about it. And I don't think there are a lot of smart people at ESPN, but the banning doesn't work. It just, our audience at Outkick is going to be the biggest it's ever been in September, and just keeps skyrocketing. So I like the trajectory, but yeah, that's true. I'm banned.
Wow. All right, Clay Travis. You can follow him on Twitter at Clay Travis. Read him at Outkick. See him on Fox Sports. Thank you very much for the time, Clay. Have a great week.
All right, y'all too.
All right, Clay with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
I had not seen the conversation about passing gas Orlovsky. In that game, we knew it wasn't Ryan Tannehill because he can't pass anything.
I saw it. It's
hickory dickory.
What? Hickory dickory. I saw it. It sounds like open mic elsewhere. Somebody didn't realize there was an open mic somewhere.
Well, how did he get blamed? I mean, there's three guys on.
Because he's talking when it happened. And it did kind of sound like I think it was open mic, and he heard it in his headset because he gets flummoxed a little bit.
Yeah.
He kind of has to gather himself and keep talking.
Well, it could be, they got that mic with the cone on the sidelines that always picks up Nat's sound.
The parabolic?
Yeah. So it could have been the chain guy standing right next to that guy, and the chain guy just rips one right into that microphone.
I don't want to get too technical on this, but his headset, as loud as the gas passing would not have picked it up that clearly. It had to be somebody right next to an open mic.
That's right. It had to be down on the field, probably.
Probably so, but he heard it clearly because he stumbles when he's talking about Buffalo's offense.
What if that became the thing, like the Vandy Whistler, the Buffalo farter? Gets the crowd fired up.
I wouldn't be surprised watching that Buffalo crowd, man.
Yeah. Which one's more annoying, the Buffalo farter or the Vandy Whistler?
Ashley, who has spent some time at ESPN and is our great female listener, no way Dan farted on national TV.
Yeah, it wasn't him.
He doesn't look like he eats any gassy foods at all. All plant-based, he looks like.
Yeah, he could be plant-based, yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of which, a plant-based story after Rockstar tells us about his guy, Adam Mestre.
Hickory tickory. It's Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Of almost the 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, Adam is in the top 8% of those agents. He is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you, why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
And I'm interested in the story because I know the story you're going to, but real quick, because JM Dog picks up on something Clay said that jumped out at me too. Do you guys feel like Derrick Henry's on the back end of his career? I mean, is it a diminishing product with him right now?
Well, he was fantastic last year.
Well, that's why I'm asking. I mean, he did not look good last night, obviously, but nothing they did look good last night.
Yeah, but sooner or later, he's going to be on the backside of his career. I don't know. It would be knee-jerk to say that, but I don't think he's going to be as good as he was last year.
Yeah, but at some point, the running backs hit that division line where you cross the equator and you're not good anymore, but you can't run into what's the terminology, 7-man, 8-man, 9-man boxes. You got to have a passing game that can open things up, and Ryan Tannehill in that passing game just doesn't look sharp enough to do that right now.
That looks like a 5-win team.
Who, Tennessee?
Yeah, Tennessee does.
They were the 1 seed last year.
I know, but watching them against New York, the meltdown, offensively, they've got nothing right now. I mean, you think about it. They didn't score in the second half against New York, where they scored a field goal. I forgot which it was. And they scored 7 last night.
No, it's not a great offense.
Dateline Fayetteville KNWA, that's for Northwest Arkansas News Leader right there. I forget which channel that is.
Channel 7.
Not important. Here's the story. A food company executive was arrested on a pair of charges after reportedly biting a man's nose in a parking garage in Fayetteville Saturday night after the game. Doug Ramsey, 53, according to the report of Fayetteville, was arrested on charges of terroristic threatening and third-degree battery, according to a prelim report. The incident happened at a parking garage near Razorback Stadium following Arkansas's victory over Bobby Petrino and Missouri State. Just after 10 p.m., an officer was dispatched to Gate 15 where a disturbance had happened. The responding officer found 2 males with bloody faces at the scene. One of them had part of his nose bitten off.
Oh, my gosh.
Where he'd taken a little flesh off. The catch of this story is Mr. Ramsey, mugshot here, is the COO of a plant-based meat company.
He looks like a mean son of a bitch.
He really does.
Yeah.
He looks like he's probably put somebody in that grinder before.
He's the COO of Beyond Meat, which isn't real meat, right? They serve up those fake burgers that are made of plants and the fake chicken.
The Impossible Burger.
Yeah, and that kind of stuff. Beyond Meat COO. So he won't eat real meat in real life, but he's going to bite somebody's nose.
No. He may be the COO of that company. Yeah. That man eats meat. Look at him. That's a carnivore if I've ever seen one.
A little ironic.
Yeah.
I tell you, biting another guy's face is a different level. I think I told you guys the story. One of my best friends in college got in a fight with this baseball player on the strip, and I thought he was going to get whipped, but my buddy, when they hit the ground, he bit his face, and it was over after that.
Yeesh. Did he take any skin? Any meat?
Yeah. He took meat with it.
A little blood in his mouth.
Goodness.
Yeah, there was blood all over.
Hey, so
blah.
The biggest, as I pointed out on Twitter last night, the biggest upset in all of this is that the plant-based COO is not a fan of a Pac-12 school. He's an SEC guy. That's what blew me away about all this.
In Fayetteville.
In Fayetteville, Arkansas, of all places, Fayetteville.
And what's crazy, he also punched out the guy's back window of the vehicle.
Yeah, that guy's a madman.
You think
How hard do you have to punch something to break that back window?
And not break your hand.
You think alcohol was involved?
Oh.
Allegedly, I don't know. Allegedly.
I mean, if you
but
had
it could be other stuff.
I'm asking you to guess, yes.
Yeah. My history on Earth would tell me yes.
I want to see I don't really want to see this guy's nose, but I want to know how much was taken off. I mean,
you can't nibble it.
That's a lot of plastic surgery to fix that.
Well, and that's next level, taking a dude's nose off.
You ain't kidding.
Yeah.
Because, a lot of people, you get close to somebody, you can take their nose off. You can rip somebody's ear off with not much.
Jeff's right.
Pressure.
He's probably always hungry. He's not ever eating meat. He's probably hangry all the time.
You know what?
He's angry all the time.
Yeah.
That does make sense if he's not eating meat.
He's just hangry. Yeah. He's walking around. All I've had today is vegetables.
And now his stomach's going to be craving nose. He doesn't even want the steak anymore. He's like, the nose tasted so good. It tasted like chicken.
It's awful.
Real chicken.
Is this good PR for his company or
I'm going
bad?
to say it's bad.
It's kind of PR where he'll have a resignation.
That's right.
By this time next week.
Yeah, as the story continues, will be former COO of Beyond Meat.
Yeah, did you guys see where the Raiders fans slapped Kyler Murray in the face?
Yeah.
And the quote from Cliff Kingsbury, I think the guy's a lowlife. Whoever did it, I hope they arrest him. He gets fired and can never go to another game.
That's
in
right.
his life.
He dropped in, gets fired from his real life job.
Cliff going scorched earth.
Not just arrest or banned from games. Arrested, gets fired, and can't come to games anymore. Breaks a leg, his dog gets hit by a car, all that stuff. All right, that's some of the crazy stuff at stadiums. Don't forget Bud Light Game Night happening this Thursday at Gabriel's in Hoover. And part of our show today being brought to you by our friends right there at Precision Sports, getting you back in the game. We don't know what they could do about a bitten off nose, but if you got a sports injury, they can get you back to work and back to play.
Yeah, whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you. Make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with their treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
A surprise person at practice yesterday for one major college football team, and we've got 4 downs. It's straight ahead right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
This college football season, dozens and dozens of teams will vie to become national champions. But in the end, one team will set themselves apart. Hi, this is Alex Durant from the Better Business Bureau. And come to think of it, the marketplace is similar to college football. Hundreds of thousands of businesses vie every day to attract customers to their products and services. But in the end, something separates them from the rest: their principles and standards. Here in Central and South Alabama, more than 4,000 businesses go the extra mile and voluntarily hold themselves to higher standards by becoming BBB accredited businesses. Being accredited with BBB means they're honest and transparent, just to name a few. These businesses who go above and beyond support our vision of an ethical marketplace and allow us to educate the public on the penalty flags of fraud. So if you're a consumer looking for a trustworthy business to work with, or you're a business owner that wants to set yourself apart, look for the sign of a better business. Look for BBB at bbb.org.
Mark Mangina is the way I'm going to pronounce that. Is that the way you would pronounce it, Rockstar? Mangina?
Yeah.
Mangina?
Well, with an O, it was Mangino.
Yeah.
Well, it might not be Mangina.
Mangina's a nice guy.
Yes, Mark Mangina. Where's Bud Light game night this week? There's something you need to know about Jimmy America. when he is looking for the next thing to talk about or move the show to, occasionally he'll get hooked on one catchphrase. Today it is Bud Light Game Night is Thursday night at Gabriel's. I know, Mark Mangina. You don't have to be a Mangina to remind me that I've said it about 18 times in the show already. I know that.
5 to 7, by the way.
It is my catchphrase this week that we will be at Gabriel's in Hoover 5 to 7 on Thursday night. But thank you, Mark Mangina. It's my crutch. It's my crutch today.
Yep.
As I'm looking for whatever the next sponsor is or what we're doing next.
Hey, we want a good crowd out there Thursday.
That's right.
Surprise person at practice yesterday, at least to me. I know it didn't surprise the team. But Quinn Ewers was back at practice yesterday. He could play this week.
I don't know if you were on the road, so you may not have seen this, but Longhorn Network showed him in shorts, T-shirt, no sling, going through pregame warmups, like the stretching, the running, a little throwing against UTSA. Now, they went with Hudson Card, but he had no sling or anything. I mean, he was cleared to at least be out there and loosen up.
Today's Sports Medicine.
It's crazy.
Again, back to our friends at Precision. I mean, it really is, because on the other side, Tyler Shuck is already back for Texas Tech. They're going to be playing each other this week.
When it wasn't Will Anderson, it was Dallas Turner. When Dallas Turner made that hit, and he was laying on the field writhing in pain.
I thought he was done for the year.
Yeah, me too.
I'd have bet a paycheck he was done for the year. I mean, he couldn't even get up. I mean, the guy's just writhing in pain, and he could be back in 2 weeks' time. That's crazy.
Back in 2 weeks'
Good
time.
for him, though, man. He seems to be a heck of a talent. I want to see him.
Yeah, and, sometimes to get that medicine into that sore spot helps a little bit, get you back out there a little bit faster.
Hey, and they've still got an opportunity to do special things in year 2 under SAR.
They do. But, Hudson Card, and I didn't watch any of this game because of the Longhorn Network. I don't know if I'm sure he was still limited on that ankle, but his numbers weren't great.
No, they were not, but it's because they went heavy with Bijan, and Bijan was good. It shows you what a great job Alabama did defensively to take Bijan Robinson out of the mix.
He had 183 and 3 touchdowns.
There was a moment when the Longhorn Network was on DirecTV, and it's not now.
I know. Well, you don't have to worry about it much longer.
Yeah, I mean,
They're
going
to fold it into the SEC network.
They've got to fold it up. Part of the show being brought to you today by our friends at Bromberg's. If you're looking to pop the question, there's one place to go for almost 200 years. Think about that. Almost like we said, gave the middle finger to England, came over here, established what we're doing here, started to spread out of the 13 colonies, and they said, we're going to have the Diamond Place in Alabama, and it's going to be Bromberg's.
Think about 60 years after the defection.
Yep.
Of America.
We're going to need jewelry in this new country.
1836, family-owned and operated, just incredible people with incredible products. They have established themselves that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of the quality diamonds, as well as jewelry timepieces and gifts. Get in, go see our friends at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook, the Summit. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box. You can also view their online store at brombergs.com.
Now, I know Milkman sometimes just messes with us, but he says on Twitter at Next Round Live, y'all really think Ewers was hurt? No, y'all really think Ewers was really hurt, ? Suggesting Quinn Ewers didn't want none of the rest of that game, to which I would say Quinn Ewers was dicing up Alabama's defense.
Yeah.
You couldn't – that guy, almost had to cut his arm off to get him out of that game. He was phenomenal. Why would he have left?
Yes. I mean, yes, he was hurt.
Yes,
because they had a chance to shock the world if he had not gotten hurt.
He had a chance to be the story in the nation that week.
Yeah.
If he beats Alabama, first of all, he's right in the middle of the Heisman discussion 2 games in.
Let's do our 4 downs. It's brought to you by Vulcan Tires. LT has them for us today. Vulcan Tires has your tires, but as I had somebody the other day that was having battery problems and the cable that go to the battery, I said, man, don't take it to that place. Take it to Vulcan Tires.
No doubt. Take it to Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Tell them the Next Round sent you. Get service, bumper to bumper, anything you need for you and your family. 4 locations. Soon to be that 5th location in Pell City. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Buffalo or the AFC field to get to the Super Bowl?
I'd go AFC field. I mean, we're 2 games into this thing. You can have injuries. A lot of things could happen. You would never, at this point last year, if I had said Cincinnati or the AFC field, you would have laughed at it.
Oh, yeah.
So, you can always have a team come out of nowhere. So I would go the field.
I will take Buffalo.
I would take Buffalo, too.
Yeah.
I feel pretty good about it, too.
I know what Brown is doing. I mean, he's a Dolphins fan.
No, that has nothing to do with it. They're going to beat the Dolphins Sunday.
But you're unbeaten, and you're good. You're a really good team. I mean, if Tua can keep getting into those two guys, I mean, Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. I mean, those are elite players.
Yeah, but there's a thin margin. Let's say that Lamar Jackson gets that first down against you guys.
That's right.
They go on and win the game by 17. I would be saying, my early pick was Buffalo. Then everybody piled on Buffalo, and I was like, I'd go a different direction with Baltimore. But now I'm back Buffalo.
Yeah, it's way too early for me to give you 15 teams and me to take one. No, I'd take the field right now.
Yeah. Second down.
Total Georgia wins, including the playoffs, or Buffalo regular season wins.
So that they could get to 15 max, 15-0.
Yep.
I think I would take. Oh, that's tough. I might take all of Georgia's wins. I think Buffalo's like a 13-4, 14-3 type team.
I think they're 14-3, and I think if I go Buffalo at 14-3, Brown, Georgia, they got to go 15-0, 14-1. Looks like what it's going to be.
That's tough. That is a really tough question, Lance. I think I would go Georgia here, but I don't feel great about it.
Think I would go Georgia here, but Buffalo's probably the answer. Probably ends up tied.
I think I would go Georgia here.
Yeah.
I think Georgia gets 14.
Yeah,
I think Georgia gets 14 too.
And it's going to be hard to go 14-3. I mean, they're really good, but 14-3 is asking a lot.
They win the SEC, and the Tide gets them in the national championship. Just flip flop what they did last year with each other.
Third down.
More regular season wins: the Eagles or Ohio State?
They were talking about how easy the Eagles' upcoming schedule is. I haven't, spent a ton of time looking at their entire schedule done away, but just to put it in perspective, the Eagles are 2-0 right now. Here's their next stretch at Washington. Definitely a winnable game. The Jags, who are surprisingly good so far this year, at the Cardinals, Cowboys, Steelers, at Texans, Washington, at Colts. I mean, they got some very winnable games.
And the NFL is so different than college because none of those are absolutes.
They're not
right?
absolutes at all.
Like Washington's defense is so good.
But they're not exactly playing the Rams and Buffalo and people like that.
Yeah.
I still think I'd go Ohio State here.
I'd go Ohio State.
Still think the Eagles probably end up with like a 10-7, 11-6.
This is almost as tough as the other.
Yeah, it's not easy.
You think the Eagles can get to 14?
No, I'm talking about regular season.
You want regular season, so it would be 12.
Yeah. And I can see Ohio State. They're 11 or 12.
Yeah,
and I think the Eagles probably 11 or 12. I'll lean Ohio State.
I'd go Ohio State on this one.
Fourth down.
More total touchdowns this season: Tua or Jalen Hurts?
Well, that was the question on Get Up today. Who was the more impressive performance? Was it Tua's or was it Jalen Hurts?
Well, Tua threw 6 touchdown passes. Hurts had how many total last night?
He had 3, but he didn't turn the football over.
He did not. Tua had 2 bad interceptions. That's what gets overlooked in that game because they came back and won. I thought it was interesting when they showed that stat that 2 Eagles quarterbacks all time had that same night he had, and one of them was not Randall Cunningham, which surprised me a little bit. The other one was Michael Vick.
Yeah.
I mean, Randall Cunningham was one of the great mobile quarterbacks of my lifetime. That guy was incredible.
He missed his window.
He really did. He would have been so unreal in today's game. I still think I'm going to go Tua, and here's why. I don't think Miami's defense is going to be good enough, and they're going to have to throw the ball a lot. So I'll go Tua. I think Philadelphia can get in those games where the defense is playing a way they did last night, where 17 is going to be enough to win a game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
I just don't know how easy those rushing touchdowns are going to come.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Jalen Hurts ends up getting 12 to 14.
How'd you phrase it? Impressive or surprising? The performance last night.
Last night?
Yeah.
Both.
What was the question? What was the question?
No, the question was who has more total touchdowns this year,
More total
Tua
touchdowns
or Jalen Hurts?
I'm going to go Tua, but last night's performance, like they were asking on Get Up, I was more impressed or surprised by Jalen Hurts because I expected out of Tua. I've seen it in college at Tua. That's just a different kind of Jalen Hurts than I saw up close and personal. But I would go Tua for the year. I mean, the weapons are good, really good for Philadelphia. They're elite all time.
It's the best receiving duo in the NFL right now. Is what Tua has.
Yeah, I mean,
when you say that right now, Waddle and Hill, based on this year, obviously the 2 leading receivers in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, if Odell was back, I would say
Maybe.
Kupp and Odell.
Maybe.
I would go stake that Jalen Hurts.
You're counting his rushing touchdowns too, yeah.
Tua's not going to run for a lot.
The only problem is that, everybody, as we've seen, is day-to-day. But Tua still has to overcome that.
That's what I'm banking on.
Yeah, I would take Tua. I'd go steak. I'll take a New York butcher shot steak bet update.
Recovering. I mean, my God, we've dug out of this hole over the years, and you're going to do this to me with me sitting right here?
I'm a winner already.
So freaking ridiculous.
I'm a winner already.
I mean, we can't catch a break. It's been the worst decade of Dolphins football ever. We're digging out of it.
You brought him from 100 to a 98 right there.
There's hope, and now Dunaway's got to go put a steak bet on Tua freaking Tagovailoa.
Really, all I care about is that I'm disrupting Anna Kate's senior year because I really like her. You have it most. Do we ever show a picture of her homecoming? You guys looked at?
We didn't. Yeah.
Homecoming court. I'll send a picture. If he won't, I'll send a picture. I'll brag about my godchild. I'm not really the godfather, but in my head, I am.
Who's that woman with Mr. Echo?
So I got Tua more touchdown
so ridiculous
passes than Jalen, or just touchdowns than Jalen.
You don't even know what you're betting on. You're
He
just
didn't
doing
know
it
the
to piss me
question.
off.
Yeah.
Total touchdown.
I know. What did you say? More
Not
impressive or more
intentional.
surprising? I didn't even use those
I
words,
didn't
Jim.
say either one.
Gabriel's this coming weekend.
I'm sorry, Anna Kate.
So
Great senior year,
ridiculous.
though. Congratulations on homecoming court. Yeah. You look beautiful. Your dad cleans up nice. That was the text I was getting from my buddies. I have several of my golfing buddies who have kids that are at Chelsea, where Brown's daughter is, and I get, man, Brown cleans up nice. I was like,
I was in a suit. I'd not worn a tie since May of 2021.
Yeah. And y'all look stunning. Stunning. Was that 4 downs already? We got one more.
That was it, man.
Okay, that's 4 downs brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
4 great locations, soon to be that 5th in Pell City. Make sure you get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it for you and your family. Bumper to bumper, anything you need, locally owned and operated. Great guys. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
We've discussed this over the years, and you'll even admit, this is why I'm okay with this now as I think about it. The landmine doesn't work when he doesn't believe it. He doesn't believe it. He's just doing this to piss me off. So
that is not true.
No, you didn't even know the question, Jim, when you were writing it down. What's it doing? Touchdowns, total touchdowns?
Not true.
Would you say more impressive?
I
or
think
more
once you
surprising?
processed it and you talked about the weapons.
He doesn't even know.
I think you do believe.
No,
I do believe. I mean, I didn't
crap.
even know this was going to happen until it dawned on me that I am actually not betting on Tua. I'm betting against Brown's team.
No.
Yeah, no, 100%. Tua and those two, I mean, he doesn't even have to throw the ball 4 yards to get a 60-yard touchdown. He's got the easiest job in the NFL. I mean, is there an easier job in the NFL than him?
I was so happy for you when the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl. I can't.
And
I
be
really was.
I'll be happy for you if I'm still alive when the Dolphins win the Super Bowl. If it ever happens in your lifetime. All right, that's our 4 downs by Vulcan Tires. We already read Vulcan Tires.
Yeah.
We're
Game day.
We're at Gabriel's on Thursday night.
Hi.
But also, that was a New York Butcher Shop steak bet.
It was. Look, New York Butcher Shop, just a great place. I'm thinking about calling Jim and having some steaks bagged up for Friday night, get you to deliver them.
Maybe I should talk to Jim.
Just to wipe some steaks.
Yeah. Tell me what kind of cut you want.
I'm probably going to go Wagyu. Probably going to get 4 Wagyu. Sound good?
What's the pricing on
I'd
that?
go as big as you can. Yes.
Hey, stop by the New York Butcher Shop. Pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Ask about the Wagyu. If you really want to treat yourself every now and then, it is fantastic. Their chef-prepared entree side dishes, perfect dinner to go for you and your family, ready to heat at home. 2 locations to serve you, Cabo Heights and Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well done service.
When's the last time one of my landmines even happened?
Saturday with Bryce Young.
He only threw 2 interceptions.
What about Georgia Tech?
Georgia Tech has never played a
Lane
game
Kiffin had to pull the dogs off.
Speaking of which, hear what Lane said about that coming up next right here on the next round, brought to you in part by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a place for your son or daughter to go to school, no place better than Montevallo. Nothing but happy people there because tuition hasn't been raised in 5 years. U.S. News and World Report raves about the price point you get for a great education. 21 fully funded scholarship sports at Montevallo and a beautiful campus, according to Southern Living, with new buildings going up all the time. Find out more about Montevallo and schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey guys, football season's here, and you know you're going to spend a lot of Saturdays and Sundays watching the games. So go ahead and make the call to Blakely's Bouquets. And when it comes time for those special occasions like homecoming or fall formals, Blakely's is the answer too. Trust me when I tell you that Blakely's will go above and beyond with unique custom designs. Order ahead or get speedy same-day deliveries at Blakely'sBouquets.com. That's Blakely'sBouquets.com, or better yet, stop by the store on Oxmoor Road in downtown Homewood. Blakely's Bouquets.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Insurance premiums are increasing on your home, your automobile, and your business like never before. And having just one company as an option can cost you thousands of dollars each year. I'm Tyler Watts with Tyler Watts & Associates. We're an independent insurance agency and represent over 50 companies such as Nationwide, Progressive, Allstate, Travelers, just to name a few. Finding an affordable option with A-plus rated companies is what we do for our clients. Don't be held captive to just one company. Let me and my staff help you today. Call me at 205-664-4444. That's 205-664-4444.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Hey, Lansdale, to tell you about my friends at Wayne. Summer is ending, which means fall is here. Fall means football, but don't forget about that yard. My yard is looking fantastic thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Summer ending and lawns soon be heading into dormancy. Yards of the month are made in the fall during proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free, lush lawn next summer. Call 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. First month free on the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services. For all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at CrockerMovingServices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, CrockerMovingServices.com. Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386, or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com, or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Before we get to Rockstar's viewing menu, part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Alabama Power. You know, when we're at Bud Light game night at Gabriel's in Hoover on Thursday night, 5 to 7, they'll be using Alabama Power.
Yeah, and you can, they are, Jim. And you can save money on your power bill by shifting appliance use to outside of peak times or not running appliances all at once. Did you know that? Alabama Power's time advantage rate says you can. Sign up by going to AP. Let me try that again. Game night. Sign up by calling Alabama Power 800-257-APCO or go to alabamapower.com/time advantage.
Oh, by the way, I'm already all in on a Tua stake anyway. I've got him starting every regular season game.
I mean, my gosh.
For a whole season with a stake for you already.
Why don't you just bet against nuclear holocaust while we're at it?
With the understanding that if they are locked into a playoff spot, they rest him in week 17. It still counts as a stake for me.
It's got to be an injury.
Yeah. So that's I'm
already made it through 2 games.
So I got Tua can give me 2 stakes this year now. Tua stakes. I can get Tua stakes now.
Yeah, you can, Jim.
I'm excited. All right, Rockstar's Viewing Menu brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Rocky?
Okay. Did you already do the read?
Nope. Alabama Vandy this week.
Seems like there should be an open.
Buy one, get one on all unframed 8x10 collegiate classic prints from our friends at New Life Art. For more information, danielmooreart.com. Again, buy one, get one on all unframed 8x10 collegiate classic prints.
On Netflix, Patton Oswalt, the comedian, has a new special called We All Scream that premieres tonight. Funny guy. Hulu has a new show called Reboot. Follow this. It follows an early 2000s family sitcom that Hulu has rebooted and their dysfunctional cast that must deal with their unresolved issues in today's fast-changing world. It stars Johnny Knoxville, so I'm guessing it's trying to bring back an old show that they had, and the people are fatter and older, maybe have committed a few crimes.
I saw the trailer last night for the first time.
Me too.
And I didn't really understand it.
Yeah. I liked it, but it took me a little bit to figure out that it wasn't really a reboot of a show that had existed at one point. It's like a scripted comedy.
Correct.
Yeah.
And Johnny Knoxville, to make you feel old, he is completely great now.
Oh, no. He looked old in the trailer.
It's sad. And then 7:35 on HBO 2. Do you remember the movie that came out this year called Moonfall, starring Halle Berry? Very critically not.
Was it where they were actually on the moon jumping cars and stuff?
A mysterious force knocks the moon from its orbit and sends it hurtling towards a collision towards Earth. Now, I say this because the budget for this thing was $140 million.
Oh, wow.
Box office internationally, it made
$20 million.
$59 million. Is that bad?
It's a bad investment. It's what that is.
It's a big loser.
Is that a loss? Okay, well, that's
a big loser.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny, when we knock the moon out of orbit, it always comes at us. It never goes at another planet.
How did it get knocked out of orbit?
I think Barry Bonds hit it with a bat or something.
Yeah. But do you ever notice that? It
doesn't
hurl
go
off towards Mars or
Yeah.
Jupiter. It always heads right towards us.
Let's go mess the tide up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm playing Vandy this
Not
weekend.
this tide.
The tide's
Correct yourself.
Gotcha.
Correct yourself. And listen, we're a family up here. Shout out to, in all seriousness, to Brown and his lovely daughter, who is part of the Chelsea homecoming court. Look at that beautiful young lady right there, who's a senior on her way to college soon. And our boy right there with that beautiful smile. What a proud dad.
I was very proud dad. She's an incredible kid. I'm
really
very,
is.
very, very proud of her.
I can't tell how many times she come up here and helped our new project. I mean, she's
tons.
folded T-shirts and done this and that for us.
Yep.
Just a wonderful person.
Yeah.
So
Great
congratulations. Yep. All right, moving forward. That's enough. Enough of the Brown love. I can only stomach so much of it. Lane Kiffin, Rockstar, cut number 8. Lane Kiffin. This makes it worse, doesn't it?
It does, absolutely.
The Ole Miss beat Georgia Tech 42-0 this past weekend. I thought Georgia Tech would win the game outright. They didn't score. And they didn't. And, if they'd not scored and lost 16-0, I'd been like, typical Jeff Collins. The defense was good. They got no offense. It just hasn't worked in Atlanta, blah, 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 blah. But the defense wasn't good. Lane torched them, and Luke Altmaier got put in the game, and they just ran the ball and ran the ball and ran the ball. And Lane was asked, why didn't you let Luke throw the football? And Lane sort of pours gas on Jeff Collins' body that's on fire.
Yikes.
Are you treating this week the same way as last week with the quarterbacks, or are you ready to make a decision?
Yeah, we are. I know it's probably not exciting for you guys. We'll get a lot of coverage on it. But, it works what we're doing. And I would have liked the opportunity to throw more with Luke, but just having empathy for what was going on in that game and the other sideline, and the hot seat or whatever he's on, just really didn't feel like it was right. Where if it was a couple score game or something, Luke would have got to throw more there.
I mean, I don't
think I would have said it though.
It just feels weird. A coach talking about another coach being on a hot seat, but I don't think anybody watching that game doesn't realize that that's the case.
100%.
I mean, everybody knows it. You may as well say it.
Yeah, but when you have a guy on your schedule using the word empathy.
Yeah.
Saying, hey, basically, I understand what's going on over there, man. I understand he's in trouble. And coaches do. They understand, and they don't. Most coaches don't want to run up the score unless you've done something to them along the way. They don't love to run up the score. 42-0 is running up the score, by the way. I mean, it's a hand. I mean, Ole Miss could have.
Well, they didn't score in the fourth quarter.
42-0 looks just as bad as 60-0 would have looked to me.
I don't, and I get what Lane is saying. I have never believed in the concept of running up the score if you are in equal. So it's kind of complicated, but an SEC team playing an ACC team, to me, there's no such thing as running up the score. Like if Alabama just keeps playing their offense and Vandy can't stop them Saturday, that is on Vandy. That is not on Alabama. Vandy or an SEC team, be better. And you're playing Georgia Tech, it is on Jeff Collins to have that team good enough that Lane Kiffin. I would have had zero problem with Lane Kiffin running his offense. Are you throwing in the end zone more than you normally would? Now maybe you're running up the score, but are you just running your offense for Luke Altmaier? That's a great way for him to get reps. Now, if you're playing Furman and doing that, it's going to feel a little
That's
different.
what Pritch Law says. Georgia Tech's a Power 5 team. You get what you get.
That is on Georgia Tech. It is not on me to play defense for you. You got to be better.
I don't have a problem with them scoring as many points as they want. But if I'm Lane Kiffin, I don't bring up empathy.
Yeah.
I don't bring up the reason Altmaier wasn't throwing more was because of the other sideline. I mean, to me, that's almost a direct shot at Jeff. I mean, it is a direct shot at Jeff Collins.
But it's also a true one.
Brooks says, look, I know you guys are going to disagree, but he took over an option program. He's going to need 6 years, honestly, 4 to get option guys out and another 2 for his squad. The philosophy isn't close to the same.
Look, I get that. I'll say he needs 3. He's on year 4. Lincoln Riley has completely flipped his roster. And I know USC and Georgia Tech are different.
They weren't running the triple option either.
No, they weren't. But I'm just saying you can flip rosters now with, the transfer portal. I mean, you've got a lot of ways to do it. And in year 4, we're talking about a full cycle. This team is no better than they were the year he took over.
You're not showing progress. I would agree with Brooks if I could see some progress. Where is the progress? The only progress I could see in Georgia Tech's program is they played with Clemson last year in Death Valley. That's about the only thing I can look at. And then Clemson destroyed them.
And for 3 quarters this year, they played with them. That was a tight game, 3 quarters.
Well, okay, maybe destroyed them as a bad.
Georgia Tech has become the Kansas of the ACC.
They really are. They're the worst team in the conference. Duke's even undefeated right now.
Yeah, let's see if Georgia Tech has another win. UCF, no. At Pitt, no. They've got Duke at home. I mean, that's their chance. Virginia at home. At Florida State, at Virginia Tech, Miami, North Carolina, Georgia.
You don't think they're beating Georgia?
I don't think they're getting 3 wins this year.
Yeah.
All right. That's another guy who is on the hot seat. Just ask Lane Kiffin right there. Part of our show being brought to you today by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Love Greg Nelson and the folks over there. He wants to take care of you. He wants to help you, give you something to protect your home free, and that's a free, no-cost roof inspection. Absolutely free, no obligation. That's what Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing will do for you. And here's one thing I love about Greg. He's got the industry's best warranties. He's A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, but he works so well with the insurance companies. Oftentimes, I don't know how you feel about insurance, but usually I'm like, the insurance folks are going to go out of their way to say no about something. Well, Greg makes it where it's very easy for them to say yes, and there's a value in that. Greg makes it easy for them to say yes. That's why I recommend Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or just go into Facebook. Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing. When we come back, Justin Hokanson joins us from down in Auburn, Alabama, to talk what's next with the Auburn Tigers.
Follow LT on Twitter @TheLanceTaylor.
Double the fun and more ways to win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play thousands of your favorite games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. The new Ride plus $50,000 cash giveaway is going on right now. We're giving away a Ford Bronco, Jeep Wrangler, and $50,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings October 21st and 22nd. Come win at Victoryland Casino and Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of. Where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, show brought to you by our friends at Bud Light, Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio. Always jump over there and see what you can, so much fun you have on Saturday and Sunday at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. This hour, always brought to you by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Your chance to win your tailgate really easy. Just place your order at champyschicken.com. Swing by there, take those big pans of hand-cut chicken fingers, or those big pans of Mississippi Delta tamales, or just fried chicken from Champy's to your tailgate, and you'll be the toast of the tailgate all football season. If you're watching the games at home, enjoy the Champy's chicken plan there at home, and just enjoy the menu, champyschicken.com. About to talk Auburn football, but a quick reminder, Bud Light game night, Thursday night Gabriel's right there at Lorna Road.
Justin Hokanson with us on 3 Sports. Auburn Live at _J Hokanson on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Hoke?
What's going on, guys?
Not much. You doing all right?
Doing all right. A little under the weather.
Uh-oh. Well, thanks for fighting through. The flu game. Here's Hoke's flu game. This is going to be his best appearance ever.
Could Calzada do the interview then?
Yeah, could Calzada fill in for you by chance?
Yeah. The way you did your T-shirt, like, did you have a little fever there? You under the underweather congestion, or you got a fever? What's happening?
I just got a cold.
Just a cold.
All right. Yeah, you can play for this.
Well, you're not coming through with a lot of information here. All right.
Close to the vest. They do not like talking about this on game weeks.
Man.
That's right. All right. So on Calzada, and I know we spend a lot of time talking quarterbacks with you, Hope, but I got to ask you this because Harsin was asked after the game, did they consider going to him? And he talked about it like they considered it, which tells me he's healthy enough to play in a game. But then yesterday, when asked about his health, was a little bit vague in the answer. Where do we stand with Calzada? Is he healthy and he's just not good enough to win this job? What do you think?
That's a good question. Do I think he's healthy enough to play? Yes. Do I think he's 100% healthy? No. Why he didn't get in the game against Penn State, I have no idea. I don't know what else you need to see 41-6 to get him some game reps in there and just get something on film. I don't really know what you're waiting on at that point, especially considering you discussed it. So, I would imagine they just decided, hey, quarterback's kind of just one of many issues going on right now in the second half of this Penn State game, the fourth quarter. If we put in Calzada, what's that going to do? The offensive line is letting everybody through. Do we want Calzada to get hit if he's not 100%? So I guess they just decided there was a lot of issues. Let's just let Robbie play. And to be fair, we don't have a lot of film on Robbie either playing the offense. So I can, if they wanted to make the case that we wanted to get film on Robbie Ashford kind of running everything or running as much as he could run, then I could, that's fine. There's a case to be made there. But as far as Zach Calzada, I have no idea. And it was a weird answer yesterday from Brian Harsin. He was directly asked if he's healthy, and he didn't even answer the question. He just came back with do you know something I don't know? And then said, everybody's competing, everybody's getting opportunities. So he didn't even answer the question, which was kind of the way yesterday went with Brian Harsin. So I don't know what's going on with Calzada in terms of why they didn't play him. I do know he's not completely healthy, but ultimately it's their decision.
With 100% being your hair's on fire with shock and 0% being eye roll, no surprise at all, where would you be on the shock meter if Calzada's a starter Saturday?
I'd be pretty surprised. Well, that's a good question. I would be pretty surprised right this second. I'd be pretty surprised right this second.
Because you're on some kind of medication or you don't think it's trending that way?
I would say as of yesterday, and when you're asking me now, I would say that I don't expect him to be the starter. Now, ask me again Wednesday, and that could change. They go back to practice today. They got 2 days of practice. But as of right now, I don't expect him to be the starter, but that could change over the next 2 days. But you're asking me now, so my answer is I do not expect him to start on Saturday.
Okay, so I'm not surprised Penn State won the game. I'm not surprised both quarterbacks didn't play well. What is surprising is Penn State going 245 on the ground, over 6 yards a carry, and 5 touchdowns. What happened to the defense?
That was shocking. And I hear a lot of people say, and actually I listened to a little bit of y'all's show yesterday, Brown. I heard you say, after a while, you're going to get demoralized on defense. After a while, your spirit's going to be different and that kind of thing. which is true, but Penn State only ran like 60-something plays. It's not like the defense was on the field all day and Penn State ran 89 plays and they just broke eventually. And it wasn't just Singleton. They had other running backs averaging like 5 yards a carry. It wasn't just Singleton that had some big carries. So, and look at the red zone too. 4 rushing touchdowns in the red zone, which I think is a really telling stat when it should be really difficult to run the ball, especially against a good front. Penn State ran the ball in 4 times from the red zone. So, really it was just bad fits. It was just bad fits and bad play up front. Guys would get out of their gap. Linebackers weren't there to fill the hole. And when that happens, man, you get gashed. Whether it was Jason Jones getting pushed to the side or Colby Wooden getting pushed to the side, and then linebackers weren't there to fill the hole. It was just a big problem. But it started with the defensive line not holding their ground, and that's supposed to be the strongest point of the team. So that was really, really shocking to see. And you can even tack on sacks. They're like 100th in the nation. Tackles for loss, they're below 100. It's not just giving up rushing yards. They're not getting pressure. They're not doing anything in terms of what you thought they would be and how aggressive you thought they would be as a defensive front. It's really surprising.
Justin Hokanson is with us on 3 Sports Auburn Live. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You can follow Hoke at _J Hokanson. If you would like to follow him on Twitter, we suggest you do that. Brian Harsin made the point, too, because the touches for Tank Bigsby are in question now. 11 touches in that game. And basically, he said when asked yesterday, Hoke, look, I know everybody wants us to run the ball, but you don't see what we see with the way we're being defended. Basically, what he's saying is people are going to stack up against the run until we can beat them with the pass. Well, I don't know when that's going to happen. They're going to – I know it's hard to do, but aren't they going to have to figure out a way to run it with a stacked box?
Well, yeah, but you and I aren't in the coaches' meetings, so, who are we to talk about it? But, it was weird. Look, Tank Bigsby got no carries in the second quarter, none. Jarquez Hunter got 5. So they gave Bigsby all the first quarter carries, Hunter all the second quarter carries. Bigsby's your better player. And he got no carries in the second quarter. He got, he had a swing pass at the very end of the half that he almost broke, right? And then asked after the game, Harsin was like, well, it depends on the score, and we kind of got down. Well, no, not in the second quarter. It was 7-6 and 14-6. So there's zero excuse for not giving Tank Bigsby the football in the second quarter and running the football. And if you just say, well, teams stack the box, I didn't see full-on stacking the box. Here's the thing. Auburn's passing game, I saw like maybe there's an 8th man in the box. But looking at your offense, you have to run the football. Even if it's 8 men, you have got to try to establish that. You can't just abandon it and go to your complete weak spot, which is quarterback and receiver. That's, I get people stacking the box, but you can't just abandon that and just say, well, we'll just play with the weaker part of our offense and see if we can figure it out until they don't stack the box. You can't just let a defense completely dictate what you do and push you to your weak hand. You got to do something different. And so I don't know why Tank Bigsby didn't get more touches, especially that second quarter. I get the fourth quarter. Fourth quarter game was out of hand. But the second quarter to get 0 carries made no sense whatsoever. And my understanding was the game plan was going to be run the football and make them feel us running the football. And you heard Austin Troxell talk about we have to run the football no matter what. And then, and then you have some of the stats and some of the things you saw in that second quarter of that game, and they don't add up.
Justin Hokanson's with us, and first let me say that I am all for Sick Hoke, who is cashing Brown's receipts, listening to the show, keeping those receipts when Brown said something, and then on medication coming in, cashing those receipts here today. You're my favorite Hoke so far of the season. I don't go to every Auburn game.
So at least he listens to me.
I don't go to every Auburn game like you do, right? So over the years, I've picked and choose when I've been in Jordan-Hare Stadium, and I don't think I went to any Auburn games in 2012. I don't think I went to any. So I just haven't since 1988 when I got in this business. I've been blessed to only go to good games when the teams are good. I've never been at Jordan-Hare Stadium for that kind of performance. I've never been there for that kind of performance. It was the worst performance I've seen by an Auburn team at home that I've seen in person. I know there have been worse ones, but it was a bad performance on a big stage. I've never seen that before. I've never seen fans leaving like they left at the end of the third quarter. You've seen almost all of them in your young life. Was that a historically bad performance in a big stage for you, or do a lot pop to mind for you?
No, that was pretty bad. I mean, I wasn't around in 1982. That was the last non-conference home loss that was that bad. 41-7 against Nebraska, also in Pat Dye's second year, which is kind of interesting. But that was bad. I mean, you think about 23-0 USC in 2003, but that USC team was an all-time team. And
a couple of turnovers on Auburn's side of the field. It didn't feel the same way.
Yeah, that game was actually, it was 16-0. I mean, it was still a close game, even in the late third, fourth quarter. It was there. Alabama 0-1 comes to mind, but then again, Carnell Williams gets hurt on the first drive in that game and really sent that game spiraling for Auburn. That was a pretty low one for Auburn. But man, Saturday was really bad, and I think what made it worse was just the timing. Auburn fans were just itching. You could feel it in the crowd. They were itching,
thirsty. They were thirsty, man, thirsty.
Yeah, and they knew how big it was for the team. They knew how big it was for Brian Harsin. There was an added significance of that in terms of the health of the program on that game, and that added to the disappointment of you didn't just lose a game. You lost a game that and you're feeling. I mean, I tweeted during the game. It was like a feeling of inevitability watching this game, and you're watching people leave, and you're just like, yeah, this is a sea change. Like this isn't just a loss. Things are changing and shifting from this loss.
Yeah, and with that said, it seems like Harsin has lost the fan base. I seriously doubt he's lost the team. But if they were to lose to Missouri this week, there's a possibility this thing really implodes.
I thought Penn State was worst case scenario, and the way that happened was you follow that up with losing to Missouri. That's a new worst case scenario. And so I don't think he's lost the team in terms of, are you ever going to have every single player on board? Yeah, probably not. But he hasn't lost the teams in terms of the guys that matter, the captains, the direction. No, he hasn't lost the team or anything like that. Fans, yeah, that's a different question. I would say, judging from our message board and the feedback, we have a group of people that are not a fan. We have a lot of people that have defended him. There's very, very few, if any, people defending him going forward right now. So in terms of the fan base and stuff like that, yeah, he's kind of lost them, and I'm not sure at this point what he can do. And more importantly, the people that are going to make the decision anyway, we already know where they stand. So it doesn't even really matter what we think. We know where they stand. So you add a couple of losses like what you had Saturday, and you're giving these people ammunition. They don't have to make up anything anymore. They can just point to what happened on Saturday to make everything okay. But yeah, we're lost to Missouri when you're at, 9? Were they 9-point favorites?
7.5.
7.5 now. That'd be bad. Missouri's not a good football team. But I'm telling you, Auburn's quarterback situation, you got Finley banged up. You got Calzada, who we don't know in terms of health. And you got Robbie Ashford, who hasn't even run the whole offense. And you're coming off of just a demoralizing loss. So do I know what to expect Saturday? No, I don't.
Would it be helpful if, I'm just thinking outside the box, what if Auburn came out as a unified team in orange jerseys? Do you think they would do that?
I think that would be an all-timer. If they came out in orange jerseys on Saturday,
1 week after everybody wanted you to do it.
That would be just, I would almost just applaud the troll job if they did something like that.
Hey, but thank God they were not in the orange jerseys this week.
Oh, you burn them. Yeah, you absolutely burn them at that point.
I'm not even sure Bruce would wear orange anymore.
Yeah.
No. They're striping the stadium, though. Somebody made a joke about striped jerseys then. I guess that's what we got coming.
It was not lost on me that the stars of the game on Saturday was the basketball team, being introduced during a timeout, and Bruce was able to spend time, and he was sitting to the left of the press box, as you know, in the stands before he went down with some recruits, and the section was turned around. They were chanting Bruce, 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 Bruce. The basketball program was the star of the day in Auburn. They walked around the tailgate area when I was out there, and they were taking pictures with everybody. It's Bruce's campus right now, isn't it?
Oh, completely. If Bruce could be AD right now, they would make him AD and basketball coach and football coach if they could do it. So yeah, it's completely his game. And it's weird. It's like we joke around about Auburn being a basketball school because of basketball ramping up. But you're getting to the point now where, based on Bruce's success in football over the past 4 years, You're another bad decision away on the football program. You're another bad decision away from actually being a basketball school here for a little bit. I mean, whatever happens, Harsin, new coach, whatever, it better be the right one. Not just because for Auburn, but based on the rest of the SEC. Whatever happens in the next few months is just monumentally critical to the health and the success going forward of this program, where it will be Bruce's campus till he retires.
All right, Hoke is part of On 3. Auburn Live is the website he referenced earlier. You can go sign up there and enjoy all the coverage there of the Auburn football season and basketball season soon. @_J Hokanson on Twitter. Hoke, thank you for the time, man. Hope you get feeling better.
All right, see ya. Thanks.
All right, Hoke with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
They were the stars of the town. Got those championship rings and got introduced, and big ovation there on Saturday. Bruce Pearl and that basketball team down at Auburn. It's Brown, before you tell us about MyBookie, it doesn't suck to be a basketball school. You only play 12 regular season football games. You play 30 basketball.
Yeah.
A lot to feel good about.
It feels a lot better if you're in the ACC. I just got to say, right? Hey, listen, MyBookie.ag, the NFL season, week 3 is already upon us. Tom Brady or Aaron Rodgers, Mac Jones, Lamar Jackson, they go head-to-head. Young guns, old guard. It's coming up in week 3. Week 4 of the college football season starts with West Virginia and Virginia Tech Thursday night, and Coastal at Georgia State. You can get on board with all of it at MyBookie.ag. That is MyBookie.ag. Don't forget code NEXTROUND to double your deposit bonus. Next round, they're going to double that deposit up to $1,000, and you could start playing with it instantly at MyBookie.ag when you use code NEXTROUND. This isn't your grandfather's bookie. This is MyBookie. Put your money where your mouth is. Get rewarded for it, and start your winning season today exclusively at MyBookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND.
Charles says Auburn and Kentucky have swapped places as far as basketball and football schools, at the time being true. JM Dog, Matt Rule definitely going to be on the boosters telephone.
I think anybody would want Matt Rule.
Anybody would want Matt Rule. Anybody would.
I mean, if I'm Arizona State, I call him. If I'm Nebraska, I call him. If Auburn does move on, I call him. Yes.
Druid City Disc Company. Remember when Harsin was going to come out of the offseason stronger and with the fans fully behind him? Good times. Well, that only lasts until you lose a game.
That's right. No, he did actually do that, but you burned that very, very quickly.
Again, I don't think it would have. So at halftime, we had a 14-6 game. If that game ends up 21-19, I just don't think it's nearly what it was. I mean, it just seems like, I don't know. It's going to be a long season.
Yeah. I think that's what everybody thinks right now.
Jack with a good point. Don't call Auburn a basketball school if you want to get Mark Stoops out of Kentucky. Great point. Great point. Well, take those nets back down, boys. We've got to keep it a football school. Tuberville had a line in the sand in 2003, but what didn't happen in 2004? He didn't lose the game.
Oh, yeah. He went undefeated, almost won the national championship.
Yeah, so nobody could flip that around on him and lose the support. So it happens until you lose the game. Need a win this week, man. Need a win this week against Missouri for sure. All right, trash is just around the corner. So is John Parker Wilson, who will join us at 11:47. He'll be with us to talk Alabama football. Before we go to break, our friends...
Strangely specific time.
Yeah. Bud Light game night this week at Gabriel's in Lorna Road, but also part of the show being brought to you by our friends at NASCAR.
Hey, Talladega Superspeedway coming to the Yellowwood 500 coming to the Talladega Superspeedway Sunday, October 2nd. Reserve your infield spots, see all the great experiences, your garage passes, tickets, all at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or call 877-GO-TO-DEGA. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, 877-GO-TO-DEGA. You want to win tickets? NextRoundLive.com/Dega right now. We give you a NASCAR driver. You pick their favorite football team. Get it right. You are in the drawing. We'll have Saturday and Sunday tickets. 877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at One Man in a Toolbox. One Man in a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn. All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Tricky question for LT. I'm going to give him a chance to look it up here real quick while I tell you about my friends at Backyard Adventure, Backyard Playgrounds. How close to show number 300 are we? Hold it. Okay. Think about it. You know already?
I know.
Okay. Backyard Adventure, whether it's your first time in your backyard or your 300th time in your backyard, you want it to be a great place for your kids to have fun, and Backyard Adventures can do that. Backyard playgrounds and alley-oop trampolines and goal setter basketball goals all in the backyard and driveway. A perfect way to make your kids enjoy the best of times with their childhood at your house. You can see everything online at backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, or you can call them up, 205-408-4FUN. That's 408, the number 4, and the word FUN, 408-4386 to get more information there. They've got commercial playgrounds if you want that, like you see at your school. They have the highest of quality trampolines and basketball goals. They've got landscaping options to fit all that into your yard and make it look fantastic. Maintenance programs that keep it looking good. But those backyard adventure playgrounds, quality 100% cedar, really thick wood, lifetime warranties, so much better than those thin, bogus playgrounds that you get at those big box stores. Check them out online. Unbelievable customer service. It's backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com. How many shows away from 300?
Today is show 292.
Oh, wow. That sounds like 8 shows.
So it'll be next week.
Yeah.
Next week, man. Big
Well,
celebration.
what are we going to do? No pants that day, Rockstar. No pants on show number 300.
Okay, then I should not have done 292.
Dobell Tequila.
Okay. The whole show.
That sounds...
and tamales. That'll be great. Let's do trash. John Parker Wilson's on the other side to talk Alabama football, but this is the point where Rockstar hits the big button.
Now, the women love you when you get out there. Why do you think that is?
Because
Why
I
do you
look
think
good.
that is? You
I
look
smell
good.
I
Yes.
feel good.
And you sing good.
And make love good.
Oh. Well, there we are. We don't have to ask anybody else. We got that from the source.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, if you're sick of ripping your hair out over rent prices, put the toupee down and contact Mortgage Right today. Mortgage Right has all the first-time homebuyer essentials, including a variety of loan products, an easy pre-approval process, and a multitude of other resources for a seamless home buying experience. They'll treat you like family. They're always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. Don't let rent run you ragged. Become a homeowner today by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Somebody said Floribama. Brooks did.
Oh,
that would be a good 300 show, right?
That would be.
300 316 too.
300 at the Floribama?
Yeah.
Yes.
For Lance, it'd be 300 through 307.
Yeah.
Floribama.
Well, it's already been.
Just trying to help the show, guys.
It's already been 274 through 278.
I just can't believe those transactions. And the sad thing is my man Steve Powers giving me 1 million drink cards.
Yes.
I cleaned it. It was actually these jeans right here. I pulled them out of my pocket today.
You had extra drink cards?
They were, you know how you throw them through the washer and then you still have paper in there and you fold out and there's just a little bit.
Right.
2 drink cards is what they were.
What a waste. Ashley Crooks, 32 years old, charged with theft by deception and unlawful use of credit cards after racking up $40,000 in charges over 2 months on an app texting psychics. Now, she voluntarily surrendered her license in April and is now in a pretrial intervention, which will allow her to avoid criminal prosecution if she successfully completes the program. As owner of the Consulting by the Sea on Asbury Avenue, Crooks treated children, adolescents, and adults struggling with various mental health and substance abuse disorders. But it seems she developed an addiction on her own. Crooks told investigators she became dependent on the Sanctuary Ventures app, which she, quote, used to gain clarity and help feel better about a relationship that had ended. After maxing out her own credit cards, Crooks said she started using those of her clients. She told investigators she didn't know how many she had used. Sanctuary's own internal investigation found her account used about 30 different credit cards over a 2-month period. According to the report, another 20 or so were declined at some point of sale.
Another 20 or so, that's 50?
Yeah, she tried to use 50 credit cards.
That gives me chills.
For a psychic reading.
Yeah, that's a lot. She's not going to jail either. That's what's crazy about it. You said she could avoid jail time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rocky, you're going to be upset.
Rocky.
Bone Thugs and Harmony. They're going to
Thugs.
take their final bow at their upcoming tour, farewell tour, according to TMZ.
Well, do you remember, I think it was 2000, I just read an article, 2017, Motley Crue signed a contract saying, this is it, guys. It's 2014.
Yeah.
We're done touring. This band.
Never
and then
again.
The movie Dirt came out. Hey, we need to support this movie Dirt. We need to make a couple songs. We need to re-record some
Hey,
songs.
Mick, we know you can't walk. You're about dead.
Dude,
Just
it's
get out there and
awful.
play.
Seeing him
Motley
is sad.
Crue a little bigger than Bone Thugs and Harmony, though.
Watch your mouth.
Yeah, no,
Gangster Paradise?
No.
That's
Oh
right.
my
Totally.
God!
Come on, Crossroads.
You're screwing around, aren't you?
No.
First of the month.
Who sings Gangster Paradise?
Kenny
The
Chesney.
first of the month. Douglas Rubbish Bone.
Gangsters.
That's Coolio.
Coolio, okay.
By the way, he's not on this. So they're actually
Gangsters Paradise.
They're going to perform at Snoop Dogg and Bobby D's High Hopes concert,
Heck
which
yeah.
will also
Bobby T?
feature Ice Cube, Method Man and Redman, Warren G, Exhibit, Cypress Hill, and the Dog Pound.
Bobby T. How would he sound right? Starting to do
Can't
some
do,
both
I can't do it on this. It's
Oh yeah, you can't get. Yeah. Sorry.
Miss our bad mics at our other place.
I know.
We can do so many things.
How about this? Two brothers who haven't spoken to each other for about 30 years are now competing for the coveted position of mayor in an Ontario town.
Wow.
Now,
Can you
up
guess
until
which one's the politician?
They don't look a ton alike, though. I gotta say.
Wow.
Can you guess which one's the politician? Should I wear this necklace in the photo or not? What do you
Too
think?
flashy?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm going to wear cool sunglasses and look like I belong back in the 60s. Meanwhile, I'm going to look like I'm at the Heisman Awards from Hawaii.
I mean, if you gave the dude on the left a beard, it'd be Wilford Brimley or a mustache.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Yep.
Now, up until the day before registration for the October 24th municipal elections closed, incumbent Bill Still, seen on the right there, was running unopposed. And then his brother signed up for the race, meaning there will be two Stills on the ballot when residents go to the polls.
Not so fast, my friend.
Charles Still told CTVA News Toronto, quote, "I believe in democracy.
Yeah.
If I hadn't have run, my brother would have been acclaimed." Now, Charles says he hasn't spoken to his brother in about 30 years and did not discuss his intention to run against him beforehand, despite thinking about the decision for a few days prior to registration. I remember the sister of the dude in the election got really upset when he ran.
Yeah, you're not supposed to run against
You
your
know,
brother.
they're going to have a debate, and the mom is going to say, "It was just good to see you two talking again."
Yeah, no, here's what's happened because they do not look anything alike. I think the father may have had a girlfriend, is what's happening in this story right here.
Interesting.
So in the debate, Brown, you're right. The kid from the real marriage is going to the other one and be like, "My dad never loved your mom." It's going to be one of those things. It's going to be heated.
Not only should you not be mayor, you're not even really my brother.
I can't even, you
Charles-
can't even believe you're using our last name. You stole our Still name.
Now, he did add, I don't think he's happy about it. Bill says he hopes to continue to work. The work he accomplished was to put on the back burner due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This includes focus on water sewer rates, bringing more doctors to the region, and expanding necessary infrastructure.
Oh, we need to get your brother has a picture, so we got to have a campaign picture. All right, what like I think, what if I just stood in front of the house? Alex, I got baggy eyes. Honey, where are my John Lennon glasses?
You want to center the house up? No, I'm just going to stand right here next to the driveway.
Get that wrinkled shirt off the couch.
You know he's going to wear the one that's got the necklace in it. I know.
It's a red T-shirt underneath.
It is.
I wish it was a TNR shirt, though.
9-year-old Barnaby Domigan was playing in the family's backyard in New Zealand when he noticed something bobbing in the water of a nearby riverbed.
Uh-oh.
Grabbed a stick, fished it out, discovered
dead body.
3-foot-long dead earthworm.
This is insanity.
This probably looks like an intestine, doesn't it?
Oh, my.
What?
That's an earthworm?
That's an earthworm.
Wow, he's been eating a while.
Okay, how much to eat that earthworm?
Negative.
$1 million.
Nope.
Okay,
I'd do
the
it for
stick in
$1
his
million.
left hand, stick in his right hand with an earthworm on it. Is that what I got?
Yes.
That's
okay.
Hey, that's a flint right there.
That kid's gonna shoot
be on fire.
That kid's gonna shoot a nail gun at somebody someday.
Well, that's a big old earthworm.
Domigan told RNZ, is that the TMZ of New Zealand?
Yes.
Quote, "I could not believe my eyes. I thought it was massive, amazing, and a little bit disgusting."
It is. He's right. I'll tell you, man. They down in Australia and New Zealand, they got some different stuff, don't they?
Dude, I mean, what is in that stomach of that earthworm?
Well, they're not. Are they?
You think if you bite it,
Crackers.
it pops? It's like that close-up gum?
But aren't earthworms carnivores?
I don't know. Are they when you cut
They
them,
eat
they
it?
regenerate?
Yeah.
No, they're asexual. I know that.
They eat insects, right?
Yeah. I think they eat whatever they can find.
Yeah.
That looks rough.
That does look rough.
Final story. Pretty good one here. With the aid to find, quote, stability, a Saudi man claimed to marry 53 times in 43 years. Now, he mentioned his decision was not for seeking personal pleasure, but in hopes of finding peace and stability.
My goodness, he looks like he'd suck their blood.
Abdullah, 63-year-old, told Saudi-owned media company NBC that his first marriage was at the age of 20 and his then-wife was 6 years older than him. He has been nicknamed the polygamist of the century. The man revealed the shortest out of his 53 marriages lasted only one single night.
What's the acceptance speech at that banquet? Polygamist of the century.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome.
I'd like to thank my 53 wives. I literally could not have done it without you.
At what point, at what marriage do you stop attending weddings and stop giving them gifts and congratulations? Like, seriously, 24?
Him again? Another football season wedding with you?
No. She's the one. Becky is. She's the one. You said that before.
He goes on to say, quote, "When I married for the first time, I did not plan to marry more than one woman because I was feeling comfortable and had children. But after a while, problems happened. I decided to marry again when I was 23 years old, and I informed my wife of my decision. Now, this decision did not resolve his search for a woman that could make him happy. According to Gulf News, Abdullah stated that his problems began between his two wives, so he decided to marry a third and a fourth time and eventually divorced his first two wives." Now, this is where you know this guy has got a really good heart. You ready? He also claimed to have treated all his wives fairly and admitted even though most of his wives were Saudi women, he had married some foreign women too. He wanted to protect himself from vices when he stayed overseas during his business trips for 3 to 4 months, so he actually married the girls.
Oh, good idea.
Yeah.
That is so smart on his part.
One of the best sentences is, "I've decided to get married. I'm going to go tell my wife that." That's what he says.
I didn't even catch that.
Quote, "Every man in the world wishes to have one woman and remain with her forever. Stability is not to be found with a young woman, but with an old one."
That's right.
Abdullah stated.
Good-looking cunts. I can see how he get a hold.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, big government isn't always bad news, and our friends at Mortgage Right have some valuable government-backed loan options to help you buy your first home. Government-backed loans are trending upwards towards first-time home buyers, and for good reason. You can save on down payment cost, get better interest rates, and reap the benefits of choosing one of the top-ranked lenders in the nation. Mortgage Right has closed thousands of FHA, USDA, and VA loans, and they're eager to help you next. Buy your first home the right way by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
And this hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. Alex with a great point here. I'm a Bama fan whose best friend's an Auburn fan.
Mm-hmm.
He's been so uninterested in college football over the past 4 years. It sucks because I even hesitate to talk football with him.
Oh, you can't do that.
That's like a Dear Abby.
Yeah. Dear Big Brother? I don't know what's the tagline there to Dear Abby. That's pretty sad, Alex. But I understand. I can relate. Yeah. All right. When we come back, John Parker Wilson talking about college football. So you may want to get your Auburn friend maybe to pull up Street and Smith magazine or something. But we're going to talk Bama football with John Parker Wilson. This hour brought to you by Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. It's open for lunch and dinner right now. You can go by there and see Sterling and his crew for a great lunch and all the wonderful sides that they make right there fresh. He hand cuts the chicken fingers. They are huge. That chicken finger basket gives you a big plate of chicken fingers and all the sides to go with that. It'll fill you up. Take some home or take Champy's Chicken to your tailgate. It's fantastic. And don't forget to try those Mississippi Delta tamales. It's all on Highway 119 in Alabaster, champyschecken.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,499. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Going to a big football game? Walking around all day? Then you'll want comfortable shoes. This is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Score a touchdown with a new pair of ultra-comfortable running or walking shoes. Come to the New Balance Birmingham store. I'm telling you, we'll make sure you have a perfect fit and we'll treat you like the starting QB. Our job is to make sure your feet are happy. Visit the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Your feet will thank you.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. Upset alert coming up at the top of the hour. I had the worst pick of my life last week when I took Georgia Tech plus the points. I thought they'd win outright. They lost 42-0. This is going to shock you. I have not picked a game yet. I'll have a winner for you at the top of the hour when we do Upset Alert. But it is time to talk Bama football with our buddy John Parker Wilson, brought to you today, Brown, by
Premier Garage. They provide the garage floor coatings, the storage cabinets, the organization systems that transform your cluttered garages into clean, efficient spaces. See more at premiergarage.com. That is premiergarage.com. Or simply call them locally, 956-3939. 956-3939. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Man, guys, I'm good. How you doing? Tuesday?
Yeah, doing awesome.
Turning the page on the last week, getting ready for next week?
Yeah.
It's not all the way turned, though.
It's not all the way turned. We'll go back to a little bit of it. Like, everybody is pointing out, and Nick Saban was asked about this yesterday, and he confirmed it. Bryce Young really likes that no huddle, kind of like the 2-minute playing at pace, and he doesn't get to do it all the time. And I know there are reasons why, but it's abundantly clear he's better in that situation.
This is becoming a theme, right?
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of people talk about it. I mean, and we've had success when we've gone, hurry up, 2-minute type drill. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's something that we saw a little bit more. We've kind of seen more tempo from Alabama in the past, I think, of hurrying up to the line and just calling the play. And whatever the play is, having your checks and your cues off whatever the defense is doing, and then just running it. So I think there's advantages to it. You kind of keep the defense on the heels. You limit what they can call, right? They can't get into elaborate blitz or coverage scheme when you're hurrying it up. So I think Bryce is obviously smart enough. The question is, okay, can everybody else around him? We've got some transfers and some new guys playing, some freshmen that they're playing because of injury. Can they handle it? Now going into the fourth game of the season, I think we'll probably see a little bit of it this week, but probably something that evolves just like our offense will continue to evolve throughout the season.
It doesn't seem like a team that runs downhill, though. And I don't know if this is early. I don't know what your thoughts are. But it doesn't seem like they've got that running back that's going to take over.
Well, I think we did better this week.
They had 273 yards, but, it's hard to get a gauge because it's La Monroe.
True. But I think it was a point of emphasis and Saban talked about it a ton. I think he even talked about it in the press conference after the Texas game, is we got to be more physical up front. And sure, we're playing losing Monroe this week, but at least they showed it. Like, we went out there, it was a point of emphasis, and we were able to rush the ball. So, something you got to get better at. But Tyler Steen, left tackle coming in, I think he's playing really well. Athletic guy, did a lot with him this week of getting out and try to set some edges on the outside zone scheme. So, just like hurry up. The offense is evolving, but the number one thing you want to see from the guys up front is being physical, and they did it against Louisiana Monroe. So we're moving in the right direction.
If the great Tom Stipe could give you a golden microphone that you could make one wish come true for this football team, what would you use that wish on? What would you?
Golden microphone.
Tom Stipe does have a golden microphone. Just doesn't bring it out very often.
What would you make this team better at?
That's a good question. That's a really good question.
Don't sound surprised.
No, I
I've
know.
got 2 Emmys from the 90s.
2 Emmys? Let's go.
From the 90s.
Are they in your office? Or are they back
there's
there?
one in the office, and one got broke by my daughter.
Does anybody local have more than you?
Yeah, Rick Harley has, I think, 37.
37.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
But I got 2 from the 90s.
There you go. I got 0. So
yeah.
If I could change anything about this team, I think, probably. I think defense is pretty taken care of right now. Offense is we've got some injuries at wideout. Steen still Tyler Harrell still hasn't played. JoJo Earl's hurt, so I think it's going to be I think physicality, right? I think our team, the culture of who we are, offense, doesn't matter if we're playing hurry up or not. You got to be physical, and not saying that they're not, but right now being able to run the ball predictably on first and second down. And I think we did much better this week of taking a shot on first down, right? Throwing it downfield. Now it's 2nd and 10. What do? Do we have the ability to run the ball and get back to 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5, or do we have to try to go now, throw a pass, then you're 3rd and 10 if you throw it incompletion? Really bad situation. So
there was a time, you're right, when it was 3rd and 2 with Alabama, you knew that you could just line up and run it right down somebody's throat and get the first down and move the chains and go on.
Yeah, and that opens up everything on offense, right? Because now you got to bring an extra safety down, or you got to put an extra linebacker in the box to be able to stop that run, and that opens up the passing game. So as a quarterback, I guess you always want to see the running game. We can run the ball every play on this drive and score touchdowns, and that's just something we've got to get better at.
John Parker Wilson joins us each week in studio. Presented by Premier Garage. They provide the garage floor coatings, the storage cabinets, the organization systems that make your cluttered garages clean, efficient spaces. Pay attention to detail in your garage and make it just a showplace for your house. PremierGarage.com. That is PremierGarage.com. Or you can call them 205-956-3939. That's 956-3939.
I've seen one of those floors before where they've treated it.
So much better, those coatings.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can almost eat off of them.
I know.
It's so clean.
It does.
Yeah.
It completely changes the look of a garage. Yeah. One thing that we saw a lot of depth from Alabama against La Monroe is the punt return game.
Come on.
I mean, I think McKinstry's obviously the best one, but they've got 3 guys, it appears, that can make a difference returning
No doubt.
kicks.
And then, Saban even said JoJo Earl's still our guy when he comes back.
Yeah, he's not even playing.
I don't know how,
Wally
man.
pipped?
I mean, Kool-Aid's got to be the guy.
Yeah, dude's good, right?
Yeah.
You think he's going into Bill O'Brien's office this week saying, I need some touches on offense? You know, do we going to have...
Let me play receiver.
Right, let me get in there. Was Will Anderson going to have a... that Joker looked good with the ball in his hands, didn't he?
Oh,
He did.
what if he were a tight end? What if Will Anderson was a tight end?
In the red zone, just
Did you
go
see
out
that
there.
stiff arm?
Yes, let him box out. I can throw the ball to him. Brownie, you can throw the ball to him and score a touchdown.
No, but you're talking about, I mean, I think it's pretty evident at this point that there is not a receiver that is going to be that deep threat that Jameson Williams was last year. So why not get somebody like Kool-Aid that you see what he can do in space just with some quick hits?
On offense?
Yeah. I mean, I know it won't happen.
Yeah, it won't happen, but you know, we still got Harold coming back. He's the speed guy, which when you do have, and we saw it last year with Jameson Williams, when he can take the top off the defense. I mean, just give him a shot.
Can Harold catch though?
Yeah, I'm sure he can catch. Yeah. I mean, it's to be seen, right? Coming into the SEC, can he catch?
But I'm just saying, like Christian Watson is a guy that the Packers took in the second round. The guy can fly, but the hands are questionable.
Yeah. Well, we can deal with a drop every now and then. If you're running a 4-2 out there, we can
we'll
make it work.
That was the thing. I don't remember Jameson drops last year. I remember some incredible grabs, especially against Georgia in the SEC championship.
No doubt. I mean, he turned out to be
real deal.
A real deal. And, you know, we've seen that from the transfer portal. We've had some really good pickups. Obviously, Gibbs this year, you know, I don't know. I'm sure somebody ranks the transfer portals in their production so far, but the guy is off the charts right now, running and catching. But, yeah, the punt return, you know, not a lot of opportunities these days on kickoff returns the way that the kickoff is set up. But I can't believe that Louisiana Monroe kept kicking on the ball.
I know, just put it out of bounds at some point, right?
Kick it out of bounds.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's a 20-yard punt. Like, we got a chance to take it back every time. And, you know, Kool-Aid at one point, it looked to me like he was having fun. He wasn't toying with the return team, but he was on our sidelines, kind of north end zone, and kind of danced around a little bit. But, like, he's out there, they're looking to score. Like, he's not looking to run out of bounds. He's looking to score. And to me, you know, it's a mentality that you have, like, we're never going to let you down. We're never going to let up on you. Kickoff, punt return, like, we're trying to score points.
I appreciate the SEC scheduler putting Vandy before Arkansas because Mike Wright's going to run the football around a little bit. It's sort of KJ Jefferson light. I think it's pretty good. I think it works out good for the defense. A little bit of practice of what you may get from the Arkansas quarterback next week.
Yeah, because it's tough to simulate in practice, right? It's really tough to get a guy out there, especially a quarterback where he can throw the ball, run the ball, and then you gotta bring him down. Like, you can practice against it and put a receiver back there or whatever to simulate what you're going to see on Saturday. But when you got to bring him down, it's completely different. You know, we've seen it from Bryce this year. When you get a dual threat quarterback that can hurt you with his feet, it's tough to cover. It's tough to draw up a defense where, you know, Bryce sees man coverage running the field. He's going to pull it down and going to hurt you with his feet. So I appreciate that. You're exactly right from the schedulers of kind of.
If I'm right, Mike Wright 6'4", KJ Jefferson 6'3". Doesn't look that way on TV, does it?
No.
KJ Jefferson
build.
KJ Jefferson looks bigger than Mike Wright.
Oh, he is about 50 pounds.
Yeah, he's a big dude. I wouldn't want to bring him down, but yeah, it's a good warm up. And look, we're getting an SEC schedule now, so you got to buckle up. You know, Vandy, what they're averaging 42 points a game. They got a dual threat quarterback, pretty good receiver. So. You know, crazier things have happened, but, you know, this is where you got to start separating yourself from the rest of the pack when you start playing SEC teams.
All right, PremierGarage.com is where you find everything about Premier Garage, the garage floor coatings, the storage cabinets, the organization systems that transformed your clutter garage into clean, efficient spaces you can use. PremierGarage.com, or call them locally, 205-956-3939. That's 205-956-3939, PremierGarage.com. 6:30, Bama Vandy, 3:30 airtime on the Crimson Tide Sports Network with John Parker Wilson, Chris Stewart, and Christian Miller this week. Is that right?
That's a good question. I think it's Christian Miller.
Yeah,
We're kind of week by week right now on the sideline reporter.
I should not have put you on the spot there, but I think I did see Christian was doing it again. He did it last week, right?
I don't know if y'all saw Christian Miller, but this guy has not stopped working out. Huge. I saw him. I was like, oh, my God. Really let yourself go here. I mean.
Well, that works out pretty good because you, Chris, I mean, y'all can have pretty good if one radio team plays another radio team in a pickup game. Y'all got Christian.
He's going to be good. You know, when you go on the road down to Baton Rouge, Death Valley, like you want those kind of guys on your team.
Nobody's screwing with him.
He's the first off the bus kind of guy.
John Parker, thank you, man. Have a good week.
Always, guys.
All right, John Parker Wilson with us each week, courtesy of Premier Garage.
Before Brownie tells us about our friends at NASCAR and Talladega, you were dead on the weight, by the way. 243 KJ Jefferson, 195 for Mike
He's
White.
a carnival barker. He knows how to do this stuff. He's a carny.
Yeah. Pull one of those big stuffed animals off the top for this young guy right here. Our friends at NASCAR, ready to go racing at
Yellowwood
Talladega.
500 weekend, Sunday, October 2 is when the Yellowwood 500 rolls into Talladega Superspeedway. You can get your tickets, reserve your infield spot, your camping spot, see all the experiences, TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Don't forget, you can also go to nextroundlive.com/Dega, answer a question about a NASCAR driver and their favorite football team. You can win tickets. TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Everybody put on their Fade Dunaway T-shirts. Another Upset Alert winner for you, not for me, coming up next. Stay with us.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Guys, let's talk about the new season. Dove season is here, and the team at Nichols Outfitters is ready to get you ready for the hunt. 12, 20, and 28 gauge shotgun shells are in stock, and all the brands that you trust. Demand is at an all-time high, so we encourage you to drop by soon to stock up for the season. And of course, while you're there, check out our amazing selection of the finest shotguns in one of Alabama's largest showrooms. The staff is excited to be back out on the hunt, so drop by soon. Nichols Outfitters off exit 242 in Pelham or online at nicholsoutfitters.com.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to another college football season. And welcome back to another season of Fansville by Dr. Pepper. That little slice of heaven. Every man, woman, and student section drinks Dr. Pepper like their life depends on it. It does. Where the air is filled with the scent of charcoal grills, and the streets are marked with yard lines. Practical. Where the current trending baby names are Blitz, Spike, and 2-point conversion. Adorable. And recruitment starts before you're born. It's a linebacker. Where NFT stands for Not Fun Tailgate, and DIY stands for Dr. Pepper is Yummy. It is. It's the place off-season fever dreams are made of, where the right to life, liberty, and barbecue is written in the town's constitution. Saucy. And the current forecast is sunny, with a 90% chance of the skies opening up and raining down delicious droplets of Dr. Pepper. Grab a bucket. Get ready for anything to happen this college football season on Fansville by Dr. Pepper. The one fans deserve. Grab some today.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We will do the upset alert back half of this segment here in the final hour of the show. Show being brought to you today in part by our buddy Dr. B. There it is on full display today. What is becoming almost a historic landmark. LT's hair. Beautiful.
No hat today. Thank you, Dunaway. Thank you. That's what I needed. With age, unfortunately for most, comes a little hair loss. When it started to happen to me last year, around this time, I asked around. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to call. I set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They performed genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It is cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in Alabama that offers it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics, formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is an absolute game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. Beckenstein had that virtual meeting, went over options, chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase thickness and health of my hair. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience in his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316.
One of the best games in the country this week, because it's another one of those they're back games. If one team wins it, people are going to say they're back. And if the other team wins it, it's going to be a little bit of a surprise. But it's a possible classic situation where a team that hadn't looked good the last couple of weeks, Florida, could go in there and stop everybody talking in Knoxville. But Florida and Tennessee are playing this week. It's a road game for the Gators to open up SEC play. And for Florida, for Tennessee, it's a chance now to start doing something they haven't done since a long, long time ago, and that's make it back to Atlanta for the SEC championship. It's the first start. So let's hear from the coaches. Billy Napier first about taking his team. It's really hard to explain how. Utah's a really good team. How good Anthony Richardson and Florida looked one night to what they've looked like the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, I'll tell you though. You think about if Cameron Rising doesn't make his one mistake that night and Utah wins. How different is Florida sitting at 1-2?
Yeah, very different.
Yeah.
1-2 with a shaky win.
Yeah, and I can't put into words. It's kind of what we saw in spots last year, but Anthony Richardson never was as good last year as he was against Utah.
Right.
And to have that kind of game, and you maybe understand Kentucky throws you off a little bit, but to play as poorly as he did against South Florida makes no sense.
I will tell you, one thing Anthony Richardson's performance over 3 weeks has done, it's sort of vindicated Dan Mullen, who always talked about so much flash from Anthony Richardson, but he couldn't do it consistently. That's what we've seen through 3 weeks.
He has not done it consistently. Lance is right to throw 2 interceptions against South Florida and only complete, 10 passes, 10 of 18 for 112 yards. Max Johnson had better numbers.
Right.
Yep.
That should put it in perspective for you there. It just and for them to get outrushed 286 to 217 by South Florida is super concerning.
Yeah.
And that's not a good team, South Florida. They're 1-2.
So here goes Florida to play Tennessee, where it'll be checkerboard at Neyland Stadium, a great tradition they do up there. The crowd will be checkerboard. It will be a beautiful setting, and Billy Napier understands that this is not in Gainesville anymore.
Another first for Anthony, his first SEC road start. He's played on the road in the SEC before, though. What are the challenges for him there, just in terms of running the offense, dealing with that noise?
Yeah, just focusing on the things that he can control. I know that sounds cliche, but, I think the prep throughout the week and then just being a great communicator, verbal and nonverbal, I think you got to do a good job overemphasizing the communication piece, not only to the core of the offense but the perimeter as well, and realize it's the same game, It's not like we're going to Canada and they're going to change the rules. You know? It's going to be the same game. It's going to be a little louder and playing at a different location.
Yeah, I like this guy, boy. I love his sound bites, and that's a great point. We're not going to Canada. They're not changing the rules. We're heading up. We're heading up. Just a second. We're heading up there to play in Knoxville. It's not Canada anymore.
It is not. No, it's going to be the same rules in Knoxville as they would have in Gatesville. Rockstar got us.
Oh, my God. He looks like a Canadian comedian.
Ralphie May?
John Candy's little cousin.
John Candy's little cousin. Josh Heupel's in Q on our Q screen.
I agree. I like how Billy Napier handles everything. And look, and if they win this game, you can forgive the Kentucky loss by a possession to a top 10 team.
Yeah, I mean, but as inconsistent as Richardson is, what if he goes and has a great game? You know, I mean, that's the whole thing.
He could against his Tennessee
I know,
defense.
that's what I'm saying. That's the roller coaster you ride with this guy.
What's the point spread in this one?
10.5.
10.5. I didn't take Florida in my upset alert.
Did I?
Or did I? Soap opera eyes.
Bum, bum, bum.
Or did I? We'll find out in a second. But here's Josh Heupel on what it'll be like Saturday right there at the foot of the Smokies.
Josh, you're new to Oklahoma. Obviously, you were very well aware that Texas and Oklahoma State were a little bit different than all the others. After you took this job, how long did it take for somebody said to you, Florida's a little different?
Probably, 30 seconds after I arrived here on campus. This is one of the ball games that this fan base and our players point to too. And obviously, being a fan of college football, I've seen the great games and the rivalry itself play out. And that's why you come here. You want to be a part of these types of games. You want to have an opportunity to, have college game day on your campus and be the primetime slot and have a sold-out stadium, And we're excited to see the fan base and Vol Walk. I know will be electric, and when we run out that tee, there won't be a better atmosphere in college football.
So when he says primetime slot, the SEC's primetime is 2:30.
2:30, yes, that's prime time on CBS.
A couple of things I still can't believe. Kelly McGillis, what she looked like in Top Gun.
Yeah.
And that guy was a Heisman finalist as a quarterback.
Yep.
Yeah, fleet of foot he was.
But
hell of a coach, though.
Even then, I wouldn't go that far yet. Even then, he still had a little bit of the, like when he was playing, he kind of had that chunky
The
chin.
chicken neck?
Yeah, the old chicken neck.
That's hard for a quarterback to have.
He did.
Yeah. Interesting game. Give me a quick thought on it. You don't have to make a pick, obviously, since you're calling the game.
Yeah, since I'm calling the game.
Yeah, I'm sure you have a play at lanceslock.com.
I think there's a lot of pent-up aggression in this Tennessee program to beat Florida, and I think they've got, obviously, the talent. There's a reason they're a double-digit favorite here. I think Tennessee wins a game.
Okay, more on this game in just a second after I tell you about our friends at Hemp Hill. Lance will have a lock for you a little bit later on. Again, 6-1 last week in college football. Forget the rest. I mean, he won on Wednesday, he won on Sunday, he won on Monday. But, I mean, he's 6-1 in freaking college football. You love to make a play on college football, and the guy was 6-1 and should have been 7-0 if Mike Leach and Will Rogers had not thrown up on their shoes in Baton Rouge. The lock will go out later on today, the free one at The Lance Taylor. At The Lance Taylor, follow him there, or just go to lanceslock.com. And our friends Adam and Chad and the folks at Hemp Hill, they bring you the lock every day. For all your heating, cooling, and plumbing needs, remember the name we tell you, fixes it right, and fixes it the first time at a fair price. It's Hemp Hill Services. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. Big game for Tennessee indeed as they get ready to play this one. When you hear Josh and answering that question there, you realize that when we start dividing up this schedule of the future with no divisions and stuff, you got to keep Florida and Tennessee playing every year. It sounds like a huge rival for them.
Are we only keeping one? Would you rather keep that or keep Alabama? I don't know.
There's no way
if you're only keeping one, Alabama's keeping Auburn, so it's irrelevant. But if you're keeping two, Florida and Alabama for Tennessee. Look, Tennessee, Florida, kids these days remember how big Alabama LSU was. It was the biggest game of the SEC, one of the biggest in the nation. Tennessee, Florida was that for the better part of a decade.
Yeah, most of the 90s.
Most of the 90s. When I was coming up, Tennessee, Florida was the de facto SEC championship.
Yeah, and Tennessee just couldn't beat them.
They could not.
They finally did.
Yep, finally beat them on that. Was it a 9/11 delayed game or was it hurricane delayed? I think it was 9/11 delayed, right? And they played it at the end of the year.
No, I was at that game. No, but they beat them before. They beat them in '98.
Right. But my point was going to be that 9/11 where a delayed game. They they get the win down in the swamp.
Yeah,
that was when they finally vanquished them in the swamp. and then Tennessee turns around and loses to LSU in the championship.
It was
game.
Hurricane.
Yeah. So anyway, that was the game, man. It has not had that appeal in a very long time, and it doesn't this year either because Florida's not up to that level.
God, it's hard to say because after week one, we were talking about Florida being back and, Heisman contender and Anthony Richardson. They'd just beaten Utah, and now at 2-1, we've punted them to the side. Their only loss is to
Kentucky,
number 8 Kentucky.
Yeah, but look at what they did to South Florida last week, Jim. You can't excuse that. You can't just say, well, they're only losses to Kentucky. Yeah, but South Florida was everything but a loss.
Gary says the Bud Light Next ad cracks me up, the can we have on the show, because every time you do a coach's interview, it looks like they got a Bud Light Next can sitting on the podium.
That's a great placement.
Intentional. Charles says he's looking more and more like Fulmer each week. Back to the Tennessee glory days.
He kind of is.
Mr. B, Tennessee must be fattening. It's a high-calorie program.
Knoxville's not calorie-free, is it?
All that said, let's get to our upset alert today. It is part of our Baumhauer's Spotlight. Rockstar, if you will, sir.
The Baumhauer's Spotlight.
Sound the alarm. College football's upset alert.
Oh.
We never get those.
Oh, that one's in there, too. Rockstar, there are numerous ones in there. You want to just play a variety of them?
Hey, our friends at Baumhauer celebrating 40 years. Bob Baumhauer, the first to ever bring the delicious taste of wings to the state of Alabama way back in 1981. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Our friend Bob Baumhauer, the mayor of South Beach, still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Dishes like that Alabama hot chicken is Bob's own personal recipe. It's the fresh southern fried chicken breast smothered with a tangy blend of boosting herbs, spices, honey, apple cider vinegar with that spicy finish. Also a side of homemade smoked Gouda cheese grits and Miss Mary southern greens and garlic bread. Pick it up today at Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
All right, let's do we have an updated standings, Forrester? There we go.
Oh, we do. Look at that.
Look at that. Brown.
My goodness.
Brown with that crisp 2-1, but both of his have been super dogs,
That's
as
right.
we'd say if we were game day.
Boy, I
6 points.
I need a win.
Yes, you do, Lance. You're 0-3.
Dunaway's 2-1, but 2 of those were layups, just easy point spread under the 6.5. So
my goodness, look at
2
that.
points. It's a big, hefty lead. And
Yes,
then
it
LT
is.
is 0-3 because he's only shooting from way downtown. LT, start us off, man.
I'm going
What
to
you
shoot
got?
from way downtown again. Fox, 7 o'clock, primetime game. Oklahoma coming off their best game of the season. Kansas State coming off their worst game of the season, losing at home to Tulane. I've got the Wildcats.
Ooh, look at the old school logo.
Plus
I like
12,
it.
old school. They were the old school last weekend,
Yeah.
so we went old school.
Do you think they can win this game
Is
outright?
that a rough cat?
Better than I could do. We're still saying
That's a wild-ass cat.
You think they can win outright?
I think they can win outright.
Yeah.
Now, Adrian
Oklahoma's
Martinez
had a
scares me to death.
Oklahoma's had a Kansas State problem.
Kansas State problem, they have.
Yep.
Yeah, they have. All right, I'll go next, Brown, because
Go, Jim.
a little bit of discussion on yours. I'm gonna.
Has Lance seen it?
He
haven't
has
seen
not.
it.
No.
Okay.
SAT. When I say a university, you think of SAT, the scores. There's only one, and that's with the tree. Well, that's not one. There's a lot of them, but when it comes to quality football, I'm going to take SATU, Stanford, this week.
That ain't a redwood. It looks like a Christmas tree. But
Plus 13.5. That's kind of Christmas
It's a
tree we
Troy Brown
had.
Christmas tree.
That's kind of Christmas tree we had in the trailer
it's
park.
got Peyronie's disease, though.
It's the leaning tower.
Yeah, going the wrong way. It's going
A little
right.
curvature there,
Who
right?
they playing, Dunaway?
I really don't know, Brown, but LT said it was a good pick.
Jesus, they're playing Washington.
Yeah,
Washington cracks
Washington.
top 25 for the first time in
Yes.
forever.
How he's got 2
Washington.
points in
Penix
this.
looked
I mean,
great.
Washington.
He picked them the break before.
Washington. I was going to go with yours, but I.
You weren't because you didn't even
I
think
don't know
about
how
this
he
till the
knew
break
that.
before.
He said, "Look, I think I'm going to go with Browns." He was like, "I think Browns got what I want to go with, but I'm not sure." So he creeped over there.
No, I look at my sheet, and it's the best play on the board. Yours is the winner. It's the best play on the
Okay,
board.
well, there's a reason I got the lead.
Okay.
I'm gonna go when you guys go to the circus and they do that high wire act and they're just on that little wire. I mean, what happened?
Everybody, ah,
It's hard to
ooh,
stay on it, right?
Ah,
And don't you kind of want to see them fall?
Yeah.
There's one team in America. There is one team in America who has played 3 games and they've had to play all 180 minutes in all 3 of those games. 180 minutes. That's Appalachian State. They lost to North Carolina. Could have won that game. They won at Texas A&M and then should have lost to Troy last week. It all comes crashing down. Rockstar, who are they playing?
It looks like Quaker Oats.
Very close.
They're
yes.
playing Penn State, Quaker Oats. Is it George Washington?
This is James Madison, the 4th president of our United States of America.
One of the shortest, too.
Can you draw the man that carjacked you?
One of the shortest presidents. How tall was he, Rockstar?
I think he was 5'5".
He was 5'4", I believe.
His dog ears are long.
Those are not dog ears. That's his hair. They're going to be tall this week, though, in Boone, North Carolina. Rockstar James Madison.
James doesn't need points.
He's catching 7.5. What can you do with him?
You know what? You never.
You can veto those points.
Oh, God.
Because we don't need them.
You know why? His wife Dolly ate them.
Oh,
there you go.
Dolly. She's the snack cake queen. James Madison.
He wears a napkin on his neck.
Plus the 7.5. He can wipe his mouth when he eats that W.
Look. What? James has a flavor saver.
He does.
If you go look.
I would too if I lived with Dolly Madison.
He's got some chicken neck, too.
If you go look at his presidential portrait, he's got a widow's peak, which I drew in, and he's got a little something below his mouth.
He kind of looks like if the Quaker Oats guy ran into Count Chocula.
Give me James Madison. Plus the 7.5 in Boone, North Carolina. You do not need them.
I think James Madison's a good team. I think they got a really good shot at that.
Smuff says Appalachian State's playing Michael Jackson this weekend.
Same nose, same skin color.
Oh, man. That's a hell of a pick, Brown. It's a
Thank
good
you,
pick.
Jim.
That's the one I wanted, man. That's a
too
good
bad.
pick. Good pick by Brown.
Were you going to draw him?
No.
Or are you just going to draw a Duke?
Yeah, I was
not that
going to
creative.
try to draw that dog. That dog. You need more dogs.
Need more dogs.
Need more dogs this weekend. That's our upset alert. LT has Kansas State and the Wildcats. What's that? What sound do they make?
That was a hungry one.
I'll take Stanford, and then Brownie's got GW. I mean James Madison.
Hell to the chief. I don't know the words.
That is our upset alert this week, brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Yeah, Bob Baumhauer, the first to deliver the delicious taste of wings to the state of Alabama way back in 1981. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors right here in this great state of Alabama. Also, the recession concession menu. Bob trying to save you a few bucks. Classic tailgate burger, $7.99 with the fries, a complimentary beverage. Also, the Bam Bam Chicken, only $9.99. Go easy on your wallet with Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Kevin says Brown gets bonus points for eating that W.
What, James? I can't even do it.
Yeah, it helps if you got some crooked fingers.
And some crazy eyes.
You got to make the W first, and then you eat it.
The people, don't you remember his teammates are like, what is he doing?
Yeah, crazy. You eat the W. You got to start from the outside in. You never went to the middle W first.
Yeah.
All right. Reminder, hadn't told you in a while, but Bud Light game night is Thursday night, 5 to 7. We're at Gabriel's in Hoover. Come on out and see us. Bud Light game night. That should be a lot of fun. Those 3 games we gave you, interesting games this weekend. The most interesting game on the slate for you, though, this weekend?
Most interesting game on the slate for me is USC at Oregon State. Everybody's talking up USC. This offense has been amazing through 3 games. But again, the rush defense has not been good, and Oregon State just last year ran up and down the field on USC, and I think they can do it again. I think it's going to be an interesting game. I know people think that I'm kind of sandbagging USC.
Right.
I haven't seen enough.
Was a little bit of you a little hesitant to not take Oregon State in your upset alert because you wanted to cheer for USC?
That was part of it, and Oregon State's a really good play in my opinion this weekend, but I won't give them out because I want to be able to pull for USC. I did like Washington a lot. I like your James Madison. There's some pretty good dog plays out there.
Yeah, what about Wake? I mean, they're giving up a touchdown at home. Sam Hartman was very, very careless with the ball against Liberty. And you obviously cannot do that against Clemson, who has not been dynamic on offense, but their defense has looked really good.
I would play Clemson in that spot. I think Washington State is a good play against Oregon this week.
Bo Nix coming off that 5-touchdown game.
Some good dogs out there.
And Notre Dame and North Carolina is weird to me.
I would play Notre Dame.
Yeah, it's a weird number there. And then there's Missouri and Auburn because you don't know what you're going to get. You just don't know what you're going to get.
11 o'clock games I stay away from, but if I played it, I would play Mizzou.
Yeah, I think you're just going to get a flat crowd. I don't know. The homecoming's a really good crowd. You got a lot of people there.
Well, they were discussing
all that
last week after the game, and some of the people as I was at the tailgate and then walking on the way back up to my car up near the Collegiate, great hotel downtown Auburn, another mention for them, was what the crowd would be like next week. And I heard one person said, "Oh, we'll have 70,000 there." Well, that's 13,000 less than, or that's 17,000 less than a sellout.
Yeah, Missouri's not going to travel. I mean, look at all the Penn State people that were in seats last week.
Yeah, those will be empty.
You'll have maybe a quarter of that, maybe.
You know the students will be there. Students are really good.
Well, they're
going
to be there, yeah.
Yeah, but 11 o'clock, I want to see what kind of crowd you have.
It's a hard sell for me if I'm an Auburn fan.
Man, what would it cost to get you there?
Usually somewhere between $750 and $1,000. That's my going rate. Same price got me there last week.
Yeah. I take it they're not sending you this week.
I know. My next person game is going to be Alabama, Texas A&M.
How about that?
Yeah.
Boy, and that game has already lost steam. If A&M loses this week to Arkansas,
which I think happens.
I don't know. I really don't know. It's a tough game.
You can get that at brownslock.com.
That's
right. He thinks that happens. All right. As we head to break here, tell us about the great folks at Michelson Laser Vision. Looking ahead, some more college football talk coming up. We've already given you upset alert and 4 downs. You've heard from John Parker Wilson, Justin Hokanson, and Clay Travis. But we got a Fact or Fiction coming up and a lot more. Stay with us, and Michelson will keep you looking into the future.
Yeah, to find out if LASIK is right for you, one simple phone call. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. Dr. Mark Michelson, a pioneer in the business, the first to perform LASIK in the state of Alabama way back in 1995. I got the procedure done over 20 years ago. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts, had no idea, had the 2200 vision. After the procedure, 2015 vision, which I've still got. Make the call that I made, 969-8100, or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. And there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, "I think you're on the beach," or the classic, "You gotta hit it, Alice." One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Our friends at Greystone Chiropractic bringing you this part of the conversation today about college football. Great time to make an appointment.
Yeah, you can do it. 981-8090, GreystoneChiropractor.com. Also, the Element Wellness Center gives you IV vitamin therapy, cryotherapy, where the body is about 1 to 3 minute section. Extreme cold is used to help blood rush to vital organs. Then it results in increased blood supply. It enhances recovery, healing, promoting wellness. They've also got an infrared sauna, red light therapy, holistic nutrition consulting, and just the normal services Dr. Lee and his staff at Greystone Chiropractic provide. GreystoneChiropractor.com, 981-8090. Dr. Lee also a big Dolphins fan, so he'll be in a great mood after that comeback. GreystoneChiropractor.com.
All right. It's a fact or fiction. Will you answer fact, you agree with it, or fiction, you disagree, and then tell me why? And, go as long as you want on these answers. It's we got 6 of them. You ready?
Yep, go.
At the end of the year, Oklahoma and USC's fan bases both will be extremely happy with their coaching hires.
I will go fact. I know USC's is going to be. I mean, going from Clay Helton to Lincoln Riley, a guy that's been to multiple college football playoffs, has produced multiple Heisman Trophy winners. When you start to look at the schedule, it really opens up, and I think a worst case is 8-4. And if you go from 4-8 to 8-4, I think they're going to be extremely happy about the future. Oklahoma, I mean, it doesn't look like they've really missed a beat. It looks like they're more complete, too. They've got a defense finally. Yeah. So, even if they lose a game or two, I still think they're going to be excited about Venables.
I'll go fact because I think one of them, USC, will contend for the playoffs. Be close. And I think Oklahoma will be in the playoffs. So I'll go fact. Yeah. Yeah. Oklahoma and I know Nebraska is no good. But, again, I always say this. There is a way you beat no good teams, right? Everybody's like, oh, you can't take anything away from La Monroe or South Florida or whatever. Yeah, you can. Quality teams beat, teams in a certain way. And that's what Oklahoma did in Nebraska. They went on the road and dominated that team.
Fact or fiction? Notre Dame ends up in the Pinstripe Bowl or something like it.
Oh, I mean, I would say fact. Something like it. A bowl where you go if you're 6-6 or 7-5. Yeah, that's fact.
Well, I mean, if they go to a bowl.
Yeah, but you can't paint a scenario they end up with 5 wins, right?
Okay, well, look. Okay, so this weekend is a Pickett against North Carolina. Then they've got BYU.
That's a very losable game.
I mean, let's say they lose both. They're 1-4. They beat Stanford. They beat UNLV. That's 3-4. They got to go to Syracuse. They've got Clemson, Navy, BC, and USC. I don't know. I think they're probably 6-6, 7-5.
To Syracuse was a game.
Right.
To Syracuse in the preseason was a game. We're like, well, they're at Syracuse. You know, you can count that one as a win. Watch Syracuse and Notre Dame now. That is far from a guaranteed win.
Yeah. Charles says no bowl for Notre Dame. Yeah, it's hard to.
I mean, I think they'll be worst case 6-6.
Well, they've already got 2 losses.
Yeah.
USC is going to be a loss 3. Clemson's a loss 4. At Syracuse, a loss 5. BYU a loss 6.
That's 6-6 right there.
They lose to North Carolina this week.
I think they'll be 6-6. They'll go to a bowl. They'll squeak into a bowl somewhere. Now, do they accept it? I don't know if Notre Dame still says no to bowls ever. They used to back in the day.
I don't think so anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I guess they would accept
That's
it.
going to be a fan base that's not going to be happy.
Not at all.
Fact or fiction? Washington State, when the Apple Cup goes zeros on the clock, Washington State will have had a better season than Washington.
That's a tough one. I've liked what I have seen out of Kalen DeBoer in Washington. I watched them week 1 when they were playing, I think, Kent State. And then they were very impressive Saturday night against Michigan State. Very impressive.
You know, in Washington State, though, I mean, they're one of the undefeated still. You mentioned this earlier.
Win at Wisconsin.
Yeah.
That's a big win. And then they did what they were supposed to do against Colorado State. They dominated. Cameron Ward's been good. He hasn't been great. The incarnate Word transfer.
But you know what is surprising, and it shouldn't be that surprising, but Washington State may be known more this year for their defense than their offense. Their defense has been really good.
It's been really good. I mean, they've given up right at 12.5 points per game. But if they beat Oregon, beat Cal, then they've got to go to USC, to Oregon State. They've got Utah. I mean, they've got a really tough schedule coming up. They could lose 4 of their next 5.
And that's Washington State?
Yeah.
Oh.
The leading passer by 200 total yards in the conference is Michael Penix at Washington. He's 10 touchdowns, 1 interception. He's maybe, we used to say, could he get back to what he was?
So he's got more yards right now than Caleb Williams?
By 200 yards.
Wow.
He's got 1,000 passing yards already, Lance, in 3 games. We used to say Michael Penix, maybe he can get back to what he was in Indiana. I think he's playing better than he was in his best in Indiana. Big Penix energy for him.
So, fiction on both of you guys. You think Washington ends up with a better year?
I do.
Okay. Fact or fiction?
Thank you, Tyler.
Well, fact.
I heard it.
What did he do?
I heard it.
All right, go ahead. Big Penix energy, man. He's bringing a lot of energy to that team.
I just thought he had Dan Orlovsky back there.
No.
Urban Meyer not coaching in 2023. You don't buy any of this talk to him to Nebraska, Arizona State, anywhere else.
I'm going to say no.
I've had people tell me Auburn. I just don't think.
He does not want to be in the same state without. He doesn't want to be back in the SEC or the same state with Nick Saban.
No, I don't think he wants to go. That aside, I don't think he wants to go anywhere where he thinks he's going to have to fight power beats.
Yeah, he doesn't want any of that.
Why would you want that if you're Urban Meyer? I'm going to go somewhere where I am in total control.
100%.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to deal with any baggage.
Tim Tebow was making a case yesterday on the Dan Patrick Show that Nebraska is a job that he could win at and win at a high level because of their fan base. And with NIL, you could overcome their recruiting restrictions and get people in there by paying them to come there because the fan base is.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
good.
I believe something like that now with NIL. You know, Nebraska at one point, used to be able to sell your kid's going to be on TV. You were able to recruit those big farm guys that, dominating offensive lines, and it's becoming a whole new deal. But with NIL, if you have enough money, you can get guys there.
The way they built their program was a precursor to NIL. Do you remember that? Like Lance said, every county in the state had a scholarship.
That's right.
And a lot of those big linemen would get one of those county scholarships, and somehow they had found the loophole where it didn't count against their athletic scholarships. And then the NCAA stepped in and stopped that somehow.
Yeah,
but that's kind of what NIL is now.
Their state kids didn't count against their scholarship.
Yeah, some weird deal like that, yeah.
We got 2 more fact or fiction. Right after LT tells us about our friends at Odie's.
Tomorrow night, mark it down, Odie's Team Trivia. We do it every single Wednesday night. We'll start up about 8 o'clock. Me, Rocky, Will Haver. Get there a little early. Enjoy some of that great food from Rodney Davis, award-winning wings, delicious burgers, and my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Fantastic patio. Get the ice-cold beer buckets full of Bud Light. It's a Birmingham institution, Odie's Tavern, located Crestline Village.
2 more. Mississippi State loses 3 more games this regular season. After what you saw in Baton Rouge.
After what I saw, I would say that's probably fact.
Yeah, you got to think they're going to lose to Alabama. They just have not been close to scoring on Alabama's defense enough.
And remember, Georgia comes to town. That was a preseason upset alert.
Yeah, I'm not believing it.
You don't feel real good about that one.
I
now,
don't.
do you? Yeah. And then they'll find another loss somewhere else. So yeah, I would say at least three more or three total.
3 more.
Yeah, I could see 3 more for them. I mean, I think they almost have a guaranteed 2.
Yeah, I think you've got, and then you got to go to Ole Miss for the Egg Bowl. Ole Miss looks pretty good. They got Arkansas, they got A&M.
Yeah, they'll find another loss.
Yeah.
So probably 8-4, but 8-4 still.
Yeah, I mean that's a step in the right direction for the guy you don't like.
And one more, I don't dislike him. I just think he does what he did Saturday night occasionally. And finally, Auburn, if they change coaches, they wait until after the Iron Bowl. They don't do it before the Iron Bowl. Fact or fiction?
Fiction.
Yeah, I would say fiction.
Yeah, I think it could be this Saturday
I
night.
think if he gets fired in season, not after the season.
Well, that used to never happen, especially in this state.
But again, the question I would ask, I don't know who your interim coach is going to be.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know either. And
I mean, Keesaw and Smetting are Harsin guys.
Yeah, I know. I mean, do you go Carnell Williams? I saw somebody, I think it was CFB Holmes, saying look for Dale McGee, the Georgia running backs coach, to be a hot name in the coaching circles in this upcoming coaching carousel. He's done a really good job at Georgia. That's a former Auburn player. He's, to my knowledge, never been a coordinator even. But I thought that was an interesting name, just randomly thrown out, Dale McGee.
Well, when I heard Sam Pittman, I was like,
oh, I know.
What an underwhelming hire.
It's been really good.
Familiar name to Auburn football fans there. There's our Fact or Fiction right there. Brought to you by our friends today at Crocker Moving Services. They're ready to help you move anywhere in the continental United States. Crocker Moving Services, whether it's your home, residential, or commercial, your business, they'll pack up your stuff and move you anywhere in the continental United States. Great people to use even if you're moving just across town. And listen, I understand right now that this may not be peak moving season, but that time will come again, whether it's over the holiday break or coming up next spring and summer. So I want you to remember the name Crocker. Crocker Moving Services. Eric Crocker, the owner, is a Marine, a Birmingham native, a veteran of the Iraq War. He and his operation manager, Drew, they have a combined 35 years of experience in the moving industry. In fact, Drew and Eric used to work together. Drew was Eric's crew leader on his first day as a mover back in 2005. Another thing I love about Eric and his company, they use made in the USA equipment and made in the USA supplies whenever possible. CrockerMovingServices.com is a veteran-owned company. Support them when you're moving. CrockerMovingServices.com.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time in Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or Michelson Michelson-Laservision.com.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
In a word, it's chaos. You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other. What a wild finish. NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at CrockerMovingServices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, CrockerMovingServices.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you: Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
You can always go back and catch our guest podcast. A very honest conversation with Justin Hokanson about the mood coming out of Saturday's game. Auburn Live on 3 Sports. He's got great stuff there. He's podcasted at nextroundlive.com. John Parker Wilson is there as well. They were all on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline earlier, and you guys were up there. I'm jealous because I had to be in Auburn. I'd love to have been there at Johnson RV Center this past week. I know I was missed. I mean, they got 120 donuts.
We did the show from one of their RVs. Very comfortable.
It was incredible.
Yeah, it was a great setup without you there, Jim. And you can go right now. They're closing out the 2022s, making room for the 23s. That means travel trailers starting as low as $139 a month. Fifth wheels, $329 a month. All of that with 10% down and approved credit. You can see more on site, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur, or online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. That's JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Brett over in the chat room somewhere in America says, my New Life Art order just shipped. Thank you for supporting the sponsors, all of you, always, for supporting all of our sponsors. We appreciate that, Brett, as he's got a New Life Art order on the way. I wonder if he went with the Georgia National Championship print.
I'm going to say Brett probably did not, but we do appreciate him supporting New Life Art. DanielMooreArt.com for more information.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting story today in our morning rounds, our top reads down there this morning. Brett McMurphy writes that the Bedlam series is done when Oklahoma joins the SEC. I don't think it's surprising at all, Browning, but to hear what McMurphy is getting from the people who run the programs, it sort of sinks in that this is another rivalry that's going by the wayside.
Yeah, and the reaction to this is what surprises. Well, I don't guess it really surprises me. First of all, Brett McMurphy referred to it as an iconic rivalry.
Yeah.
That is a bad overstatement, and I like Brett, but Brett is way off on that. You guys don't view this as an iconic rivalry.
You've got to have some balance in an iconic.
Close to an iconic rivalry.
And I'll be honest, I loved college football growing up, but I mean, if your game, an iconic rivalry, if your game wasn't on television back in the days where we only had one game every week, except occasionally they'd show two on a Saturday, then you're not an iconic rivalry. Is that a fair gauge?
I would agree completely. I think if your rivalry lifetime is 90, 19, and 7, you're not an iconic rivalry. And that's what this one is.
Performance on the field, Oklahoma much better than Oklahoma State.
16 of the last 20 for Oklahoma.
But for instance, I would imagine USC is way ahead of UCLA. But that used to be on television all the time, right? That was always on television.
Yeah, it was.
You know what I'm saying? That's an iconic rivalry. Even ahead of Oklahoma State, as dumb as this may sound now, is Georgia and Georgia Tech. That game used to be on television every year.
Hate.
Yeah.
I think they're really close. I'm not going to say one's ahead of the other.
You'll be surprised. USC only leads UCLA 49, 33, and 7. Much closer than I would have envisioned.
Yeah, so that's very Iron Bowl-like.
Yeah, but what's Georgia Tech?
I'll pull it up right now. I mean,
no, that's gone a bad direction recently, hasn't it? But, Oklahoma, Nebraska, we've lost that iconic rivalry, though they've just played last weekend, but it's not an annual game anymore. That was an iconic rivalry. That game was always on television.
69, 41, and 5 for Georgia Tech. Vandy's got a better record against Tennessee than Oklahoma State does against Oklahoma.
Put that in context.
Think about that now.
Say that again.
Vandy has a better record against Tennessee, and in fact, the last 10 in that rivalry is 5-5, Vandy and Tennessee. Vandy has a better record historically against Tennessee than Oklahoma State does against Oklahoma. So this is not an iconic rivalry. Yeah. In fact, this is going to create more intriguing games nationwide for Oklahoma than Bedlam.
Yeah.
Oklahoma's biggest rival is Texas. You're going to keep that together in the SEC. Oklahoma will play more intriguing games for a national audience than Oklahoma versus Oklahoma State.
That's right.
This is a non-issue.
Yeah,
I hate it for the fans in that state that they may be losing the game.
It's a big deal for Oklahoma State because this was an iconic rivalry for them.
I mean, they should be thankful for it.
Yeah.
I mean, they get drilled in this rivalry.
This if this is the last year, which there is a possibility it's the last year. I mean, if things hold up right now, you got a top 10 matchup. I don't think they will on Oklahoma State's side when you start to look at their schedule, but right now, both are top 10s.
Texas A&M was an iconic rivalry. The thing was always on television.
We're bringing that back.
Getting that back.
We're basically trading Bedlam for Texas A&M. That's a good trade.
That's a good trade.
For American football fans. Now, again, in Oklahoma, all right, this is a big deal. I mean, I'm sure this is a big story, but if you're just stepping back and saying, for the good of nationwide college football, you're going to get better games for Oklahoma than Oklahoma State has been. That's been a non-rivalry. So, I mean, I don't really get the temple rubbing and hand wringing.
Notre Dame and USC is a better rivalry.
It is, no doubt.
Oh, yeah. Oklahoma State AD Chad Weiberg says, we don't have any openings to play them. We're full. Unless there are significant undertakings to make the game happen, it won't happen. It can't happen.
Well, and I'm sure there's egos involved in this too. They're blaming scheduling, but I'm sure there's egos that are involved in this as well. Oklahoma State's pissed that they're not getting brought along.
Joe Castiglione, the Oklahoma AD, says Oklahoma State has shown no interest to schedule any future games in football, so we're moving on.
Bedlam is a rivalry that has got a great name, and it never lives up to that name. Bedlam is a fantastic name for a rivalry. But the truth is, it's never really Bedlam. It's a dominant game.
Yeah.
Look at this. Yeah.
Yeah. Oklahoma with that tweet that Forrester has found. Are you an iconic rivalry in those small ass stadiums they have out there? How big is the Oklahoma Stadium?
Oklahoma 85?
I would say 88.
Yeah, 85, 88. That came out today, by the way, after this story broke.
Bedlam single game tickets on sale now. Wow.
Yeah, but you're kind of self-owning, right? Because that's in your stadium and it's not sold out.
Yeah, I would imagine it's Oklahoma State fans who have. That's what I would say.
That's what I would say is visitor returns.
Yeah. Bedlam single game tickets on sale now because of visitor returns.
Yeah, there's been a lot of hand-wringing by the national folk on this today. I'm just not going to get all beat up about losing that game. There's some rivalries I don't want to lose. That one is way down the list.
But see, I listen to a lot of national stuff when I'm riding around or at home at night or something. Some of those people are so either, I don't want to sound old, but they're so young or so new to covering college football. I don't think they know what iconic rivalries are.
I kind of would agree with you.
If it happened before 2000 to them, it didn't exist.
Wait, but That's kind of the point here, though. Even if you start at 2000, this is not an iconic rivalry. No. It's got a good name, and you recognize the teams, but they don't play close games.
Quick break here. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters, which will get you back in the game.
They will. Jimmy D, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Dove season here, 12, 20, and 28 gauge shotgun shells in stock. You need to hurry, though. Demand through the roof for Dove season. Get set for your Dove season with the people who know it. Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you. Final segment here brought to you by our friends at Wayne's.
You can get that yard looking right for the spring and summer with Wayne's. A lot of people think, hey, fall's here, growing season's over, I can ignore my yard. No, this is the time you make the yard of the month for spring and summer. You shut down the growing season the right way with the nutrients and pre-emergence getting in the turf and in the root system that your yard needs to be weed-free, to be lush, to look gorgeous next summer. And right now, you can jump on Envirolawn when you call 866-WAYNES1. Use the code TNR for the next round. You get the first month of Envirolawn absolutely free. Envirolawn is what makes your yard look great next spring and summer. Get the first month free with our code TNR when you call 866-WAYNES1.
Interesting week in the NFL coming up. We've already talked a little bit about Buffalo and Miami getting ready to play each other. That's going to be interesting. You know, looking further deep into that schedule, all of a sudden, you know, an interesting game between Jacksonville and the L.A. Chargers with the way Trevor Lawrence is playing. The Jaguars, if they go to L.A. and win a game against the Chargers.
That'd be big.
Yeah.
That'd be a bad loss for Brandon Staley.
Are the Jags potentially the best team in their division?
I mean, potentially. I mean, the Colts right now, for whatever reason, are just not good. I thought they'd be a little improved with Matt Ryan over Carson Wentz. They're just not there right now, so they're wasting the talents of Jonathan Taylor. We've seen the Titans over a couple of weeks. The offense looks awful. The Houston Texans, I mean, they're gritty. They'll scratch and claw, but they're just not that good.
Green Bay and Tampa Bay is the America's game in the afternoon. Tampa Bay without Mike Evans, a bogus suspension, by the way, but he's out one game with the injuries. You don't know if Godwin or Julio Jones are going to play. Boy, a Falcons fan on the golf course with me yesterday said Julio never practiced when he was in Atlanta. Just always opted out. So he missed this game this past week. They picked up Cole Beasley today.
I saw that.
Wasn't he with Bruce Smith and those guys back when on all those Super Bowls in the early 90s?
He started with Don Beebe.
He started with the Cowboys, and then he went to the Bills. I think he'll end up being in uniform on Sunday, and you start to look at both sides. Green Bay's lack, Lazard's been out. Their lack of receivers, Tampa Bay's lack of receivers. I mean, two
old quarterbacks.
Yeah, generational quarterbacks, and just the lack of receivers. It's going to come down to the defenses.
Rockstar, isn't Don Beebe your favorite Bill of all time?
He has one of the best catches of all time. Remember the Sports Illustrated highlights where you get the Bills season where he falls and lands on his head?
Yeah.
That's one of the biggest highlights they ever showed.
Don Beebe.
I remember Steve Tasker, special teams.
That's
who's
right.
Still
He was a
doing
demon.
color.
Yeah.
Got thrown out of his last game ever. Remember watching
he really?
that? Yeah, in the first quarter.
Yeah.
How old is Aaron Rodgers?
Aaron Rodgers is 38.
Okay, so 45-year-old Tom Brady against 38-year-old Aaron Rodgers with basically second-tier receivers, a bunch of old guys. I don't know how Gene Hallman's not promoting this game down in Tampa.
Soak it up, America.
Hallman should be selling tickets for this one.
This is America's game too. Is what you said right on Fox. The whole country gets to see this.
Yeah, so it's 1-1 Packers, 2-0 Buccaneers coming up this weekend, and then Dallas and the Giants on a Monday night. That's gonna be a fun game because that Giants team looks legit, especially as long as Saquon's healthy. But Daniel Jones has looked the part to start the season too.
I don't know who the better quarterback is right now, though. Watching Cooper Rush just in one start last year, his start last week, didn't make any mistakes, made plays down the stretch to get them in field goal position to upset Cincinnati Bengals. Saquon was a no-show last week. And if you can get Saquon that you got week one in the win over the Titans.
Yeah, they're really good.
Yeah, the Giants will be good.
Yeah, but as long as he's out on the field healthy, though, he draws the attention of the defense. So maybe that opens other things up. So a fun week 3 of the NFL. Week 4, I'll test Rockstar here. Week 4 of college football kicks off Thursday night. Where will we be Thursday night, Rockstar?
Gabrielle's,
or Gabriel's, depending on tomato. Gabriel's in Hoover will be Bud Light game night. 5 to 7 will be out there. Watch on your video platform if you can't make it. 5 to 6 we'll do an Ask Us Anything. Drink specials, prizes, and everything. But come on out and hang out with us. Enjoy a beer before we kick back and watch the old not backyard brawl, West Virginia and Virginia Tech, as they do a little battle in college football and a big NFL game as well with Pittsburgh and Cleveland. Look forward to that Thursday night at Gabriel's in Hoover, just off Lorner, 5 to 7 o'clock with our friends at Bud Light. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.